us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you and welcome to the Attleboro School Committee meeting of Monday, August 16th, right? 16th, 2021. This is your notice that this meeting is being electronically recorded. Also, before we get started, I just want to give notice that school committee member Bob Hill is participating remotely. Hi, Bob.
Thanks, Steve.
All right. No problem. Before we get started, is there any business? Yes, Mr. Geddes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to amend our agenda to move open forum to the start of the meeting.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Mr. Storrs?
I think it would be really good if we did open forum in relation to the discussion that we are expecting to have very soon in some sort of hearing style, meaning all those in favor of, all those opposed, all those neither for or favored. Just a recommendation.
So what my thoughts were, because this is similar to the meeting we had where critical race theory was a pretty significant issue, where we had a lot of speakers and a lot of people in the audience, like we do tonight, that for open forum, first I'll let people know that, you're to address the committee rather than turn around and address the crowd. One, because you're supposed to be addressing the committee, and also because that way the microphones pick up your voice. And I do think for clarity purpose, what I'll do is I'll ask people to come up in bunches, as far as not in bunches, but I'll ask people to come up if they're in favor of masking in school, if they're against mandating masking in school, and then finally neither for nor against or here on any other issue, because surprisingly, despite social media and everything else, there are other issues going on in the schools that people may want to talk about. So I will handle it that way. Any other discussion? No. All right. Since Mr. Hill is remote, recovering, we will take meetings by roll call. Mr. Domenici.
Yes.
Ms. Porto.
Yes.
Mr. Storrs. Yes. Mr. Larson.
Yes.
Mr. Withers, yes. Mr. Geddes.
Yes.
Ms. Johnson.
Yes.
Ms. Sawyer.
Yes.
Mr. Hill.
Yes.
All right. So the next item on our revised agenda then is open forum. This is a time when members of the public have the opportunity to address the school committee. It's not the time for members to engage in a dialogue with members of the public, but we are interested in what you have to say and would like to hear your perspective. We can't respond without further background information, but we will happily hear your remarks and get back to you in the future. So with that, I will open forum and simply say to start, if there are people who would like to address the committee at open forum to advocate for a quote-unquote mask mandate in the Attleboro Public Schools, we start there. And if you would like to, please come forward and state your name and address the committee.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Richard Kelly. I'm the newly elected president of the AEA. Quite honored to hold that position. I first want to say welcome back to the school year. Thank you for all of your work through these trying times, and thank you to all of the professional educators and staff in Attleboro for helping us get through a very tough year last year. So I'm here representing the AEA 500 members, and there are three things I would like to go over tonight. One is I would like to share information about a list of organizations that are recommending that there be masking policies in place. Number two, a list of school committees in surrounding areas that have currently approved masking in the schools for all staff and children. And number three, some results of a survey that I took with our members last week. So first of all, the list of organizations that are currently recommending masking in schools include the Center for Disease Control, DESE, the Department of Elementary Secondary Education, the Mass Department of Public Health, the American Pediatric Society, and MASC, which is the Massachusetts Association of School Committees. So on their memo dated August 10th, MASC has recommended that school committees put in place a policy or a recommendation for mask wearing in schools. Attached to that memo is an actual MOA that's available for all to see.
Mr. Kelly, if I could just interrupt you, are you saying that DESE has recommended a mask mandate in schools?
From what I've heard, yes.
They're recommending that school committees and school districts mandate mask wearing in schools.
They are saying that masks, it would be safe to wear masks in school.
I think you understand that's not what I'm asking you. You said DESE is an organization that has suggested mandating masks in school. Is that your
I was given
understanding?
that information today from MTA, yes.
Okay.
Number two, a list of school districts. There are approximately over 30 schools. Amherst, Arlington, Bedford, Belmont, Boston, Brockton, Blackstone Millville, Berkshire Hills, Bay State Academy Charter, Belchertown, Chicopee, East Hampton, Holyoke, Hudson, Fitchburg, Greenfield, Grafton, Dartmouth, Lexington, Lee, Medford, New Bedford, Norwood, Orange, Revere, Somerville, Southbridge, Salem, Sharon, Springfield, Webster, Worcester, and Wellfleet. These are all school committees that have passed policies for masks in schools as of 3 o'clock this afternoon that I know of.
How many was that?
I added some more. This list was updated. It's at least 32 schools.
Thank you.
And I do know there are other school committees that are voting or discussing tonight, such as you are. By the end of the week, I'm sure more will be added to this list. Third, we conducted a survey of our members. The Attleboro Teachers Union is the largest union in the city, and we have approximately 500 people. Of those 500 people, we had a tremendous response of 245. I'd like to thank all of those people that responded to this. This data is very helpful. There are 3 questions from this. I'm here mainly to address the mask mandate tonight. There are other concerns we have, but since this is on the agenda, this is what I want to stick to. So these questions revolve around the mask mandate. Number 1, we ask our people, how concerned are you about COVID transmission, including variants in our schools? 52.6% picked extremely concerned or concerned, and 23.7% said somewhat concerned. So if you put all of the staff that have concerns together, that amounts to 76.3% of our staff have concerns about not having masks in schools. Number 2, we ask our members, do you think there should be an indoor mask mandate? Unequivocally, yes, under all conditions. 49.4%, almost 50% said yes. Another 25.3%, only the non-vaccinated people should be wearing masks. But they said they must be required to show, that everyone must be required to show proof of vaccination. So if you don't have a vaccination card, then they would like those people to be required to wear a mask. So together, that amounts to 74.7% that support masks in our schools. And last, I do not believe this is on your agenda tonight, but after talking to all my teachers, we're looking at the big picture of what pieces would help staff feel comfortable in the buildings. And a piece that came up on this survey is, do you think we should continue surveillance testing? And 57% said yes, and an additional 30% said voluntary only. So that's 87% that would like the testing to continue on my numbers. So in closing tonight, I'd like to say I am elected to my position as the AEA president, and when we move something forward and we have to settle a challenging situation, we have discussions just like you do about that. I get one vote. My members know my opinion. They don't always agree with me, and I don't always agree with them. But at the end of the day, we go with the majority. And if the majority of members want something to happen, I push that forward. That's my job responsibility. That's why I'm here tonight. I'm here tonight for the 500 people that are listening to this now. You're also in that same position. You are representing a ward. I've had members of this community, parents, teachers, city leaders, call me, email me, or text me and said, how does the AEA feel about this, Richard? What do they think? And I gave them 2 opinions. I gave them my opinion, and I gave them the results of the surveys. These people have told me that they've reached out to you. I don't know what emails you get. I don't know what texts you get. But they have said, they believe overwhelmingly you've gotten emails stacked that says, please consider a mask policy in the schools, and they believe the pile for not having masks is smaller. So at the end of the day, I have to vote what my members want me to do, and I ask you to vote what the community is asking you to do tonight, if it should come to a vote. Thank you very much
Thank you.
for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. And it's not, if you could sit for a second, because it's not a time to get into back and forth of the merits, but I can, and I feel like I need to ask a few clarifying questions,
Certainly.
especially given your role. Are you speaking tonight on behalf of yourself, or are you speaking on behalf of the AEA?
Both. This time we are,
So you are saying that it is the position of the AEA, after an official vote, that masks be mandated in the Attleboro Public Schools?
our survey results.
I didn't ask, is it an official position of the AEA that masks be mandated?
Yes, according to my data, it will be an official position.
It will be an official position
Yes.
of the majority, and you said 245 of 500 members responded to a survey?
Correct.
And how was that survey sent out?
It was sent out through Google Forms,
Okay,
limited
and,
to one response per person.
okay, and how long were people given to respond?
I opened it up probably last Tuesday. I sent a reminder on Thursday, and I shut it down Sunday morning.
Okay, so your position is based on the Google survey you sent out as AEA chair. It's the position of the AEA, Attleboro Education Association, that masks should be mandated in all buildings in the schools.
I am hearing that from my members, and I'm here saying that tonight, yes.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the committee to speak in favor of a mask mandate?
Hi, my name's Patty Mcguire. I'm the president of the Attleboro Para Professionals. The Paras have the same, Richard and I did the same survey. Our results were identical. As somebody who has had COVID, we know the mask works. We've done it. We know the mask works in the buildings. It's not going to cost us anything to do this. The members, the teachers were all saying, let's try and keep us safe. If this is something we can do that's relatively simple and easy, let's do it. We can always rethink it, but going in, let's start it. Let's put this as a mandate. Even if you just give it till the first of the year, see how the numbers go. Especially in the younger school, the elementaries, the younger students, they're not going to be vaccinated for quite a while. And they're the ones who are being affected strongly now. We're seeing that more. I remember Mr. Sawyer mentioning at one meeting that Sturdy had told him that if there is an outbreak with the younger children, they're not capable of handling that. These are all things that we do need to consider. This is something that's very dangerous, and if this is something we can do that's relatively simple and easy, it's not going to cost the school department anything. We know it works. We've tried it. We know. So I'm just asking that you consider making this a mandate.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the school committee in favor of a mask mandate?
Hi. My name's Steve Bertos. I'm the father of a 7-year-old girl who's going to be hopefully attending Hyman Fine Elementary School this school year, and I'm writing to express my support for the mask mandate. We're currently facing a new COVID variant. The Delta variant is highly transmissible and is responsible for the hospitalization and death of many people. The long-term effects of COVID are still being discovered. My daughter's unable to be vaccinated due to her age, but I said she's 7. Every child in her class, additionally, will be unvaccinated because of their age. It's not safe to allow children to attend our schools without wearing a proper face covering. I I think we should protect our vulnerable members of our community. The decision to wear masks or not wear masks isn't about politics. It should be about empathy, and we need to care about others in our community outside of our immediate family. It's not fair that one person making an irresponsible choice could impact every other child in the classroom and potentially lead to unthinkable consequences. My daughter has the right to go to school and know that her health and safety are paramount to conspiracy theories. I have the right to send my daughter to school and feel that all measures necessary are being taken to ensure her safety. Let's return to normal, or some form of normal, when there isn't a pandemic actively working through our community. And if we wear masks now, we can prevent the spread of the disease and the development of other deadlier variants. And I'm asking that we be responsible adults and do the right thing here, even if it's not the easiest thing. Would urge you to listen to scientists and doctors and other experts who have urged people in communities to wear masks. And people who want to protect their children are being left with very few options, because this vote is happening weeks before the start of the school year, and it would just be a shame if this does not happen, because it would leave parents like me and my wife in a very difficult situation, since we have children that are too young to get vaccinated, and we don't feel comfortable sending them to school in an unsafe environment. So that's it.
Thank you. And sorry, sir, it was Steve Bartos?
Berdos.
DOS, okay. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to address the committee in favor of a mask mandate?
Sarah Sylvain. Can you hear me? Sarah Sylvain.
Okay, thank you. How do you spell your last name?
SYL, V as in Victor, AI, N as in Nancy.
Thank you.
So I have 3 children in the Attleboro Public Schools, 7th grade, 1st grade, and ELC. My youngest is at risk for COVID, and we have been taking the precautions and guidance of our pulmonologist, pediatrician, and a few pediatric ICU friends of mine. They are all in agreement we should not go back to schools without requiring masks. Hospitals across the country have kids of all ages hooked up to ventilators right now. I've already had my fair share of hospital visits in CPAP machines with just a common cold with her. If hospitals are overwhelmed, I'm afraid that children related to or unrelated to COVID won't get the care they need. Last year, kids were remote or hybrid and had masks on all year and weekly testing. We're now opening up full week, higher class sizes, and closer proximity, plus potential of no masks. This doesn't seem to make sense that we're fully opening back up with no precautions. With that being said, I'd like to understand the plan for staff and students who are exposed to COVID. Will they be forced to quarantine, and if so, how are we going to have seamless education for these students? There currently is no remote option, and missing 2 weeks of school will be detrimental for these students. If we don't quarantine, then it's just going to spread like wildfire and pose a massive risk to everyone. We are so close to a vaccine for school-age children. This is the North Star I've been waiting for to trust going back to normal. My youngest still may not make the next round, which will be very detrimental to our family, especially if masks are not required in school. I have been asked for all of you. Protect our children and stop the spread of the virus. Please require masks be worn by all. If you don't agree on requiring masks, I'd love to see a solution for parents who are not comfortable sending their kids to school. Can we cohort based on mask preference? Can you provide us with a remote option? If not, we'll be forced to homeschool our children, which I'm not in favor for. We did the remote all last year, and my kids want to go back to school, and I want to send them. My kids need everything the school environment provides, social and emotional well-being, and it's the best learning environment when there is a safe environment. Please consider requiring masks until vaccines are available for all age groups within the elementary schools.
Thank you.
Hi. My name is Chris Frappier, and I live at 66 Orange Street. All right, first off, I just want to let you know it is shameful that Governor Baker punted this decision to decide on masks in schools to the local cities and towns. He has access to public health resources that are unmatched by any what? Sorry. Okay. Thanks. He has access to public health resources that are unmatched by any individual town or school committee, and it's pretty unfair to the Baker administration to require local officials to make a tough decision that he didn't have the fortitude to do himself. As of August 12th, the last day the data came out, in Attleboro, there was a 43% vaccination rate for those 12 to 15. That is under half the students. There was a 61% vaccine rate for those 16 to 19, and as we all know, there's a 0% vaccination rate for those under 12. These are not comforting numbers. Schools in Arkansas, South Carolina, Florida, and Georgia have already seen hundreds of children testing positive, pediatric ICUs running out of beds, and just last week in Broward County, Florida, 3 teachers died. We do not have to repeat these mistakes in Attleboro. The Center for Disease Control, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the Massachusetts Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, and even the Massachusetts Association of School Committees are recommending that students wear face masks in school. This should not be a controversial decision. So far, 6 of the 10 largest cities in the Commonwealth, Boston, Worcester, Springfield, Cambridge, New Bedford, and Lynn, have mandated mask wearing while in buses, which is federally required, as well as inside school buildings. Many of these cities and towns have a higher vaccination rate than Attleboro currently does, so it would not be out of line for Attleboro to follow their lead. Bearing this in mind, I encourage the school committee members to vote yes on starting the year with a mandate for masks in Attleboro public schools. Last year, we were all told the importance of children being back in school full-time because it's where they learn best. If we want to keep our children in school full-time, minimize interruptions, and not revert back to hybrid or worse, we should have Attleboro Public Schools mandate mandatory masking until the situation improves, which could be variants go away, the pediatric vaccine comes out, or unicorns and show ponies, something else good like that. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Randy Rosenthal. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my wife, Rochelle. So I sent this committee this letter, and I'll read it for you today. How much is a child's life worth? We are here to give our endorsement for a mask mandate. We have heard and respect both sides of this discussion. We strongly believe that if everyone wore a mask, faculty, staff, and children, we can reduce COVID positivity rates and give back some sort of normal. What you do in your home is your choice. What you do or want to do in public should not be life-threatening to our youth, my child, my family, or potentially damaging to anyone's future. If there is a chance to stop only one child from ending up in the hospital, on a ventilator, or worse, dying, isn't that worth it? Is there a chance to stop one child from bringing COVID back to your house, infecting you, your spouse, your partner, your parents, etc.? Isn't that worth it? Is there a chance to stop another shutdown and or move to remote virtual education? Isn't that worth it? Is there a chance to get your kids back to learning and being social with their peers in the near future? We vote to mask up in the fall. This is not a political statement. This is not my rights versus your rights. No one likes wearing a mask, but this is the only proven defense we have to COVID for these kids that are not eligible for a vaccine. This is let's get this over with and keep everyone safe. Any version of optional, any other word you like to select for language guidelines outside of mandate, mask wearing is not effective. School is not optional. Attendance is not optional. Respecting others is not optional. Following the rules in school is not optional. We have the opportunity to set an example for our children. Do not make being the most safe we can be during this pandemic optional. Our children's lives are worth more than a $5 mask. Thank you for your time and every consideration.
Thank you.
My name is Stephanie Gray, and I live at 66 Orange Street. I'm here tonight to speak in support of a mask requirement for all students, faculty, and staff for the beginning of the upcoming school year. Throughout the pandemic, our family has followed the recommendations of the CDC and public health experts, choosing to make sacrifices whenever necessary. That has meant wearing masks when in public spaces indoors, getting vaccinated, limiting our unvaccinated children's exposure to unmasked or unvaccinated individuals, and quarantining when necessary. We have done all of this in the interest of public health efforts to reduce transmission of the virus and take the burden off of our healthcare systems as they battle with the effects of this pandemic. We believe that our children are more than capable of wearing masks at school in order to reduce the transmission of the virus and therefore reduce disruption to in-person instruction due to exposure and subsequent quarantines. And on that note, I have a 5-year-old and a 4-year-old who are entering kindergarten and preschool, and they both asked me to tell you they want to wear masks this year. We are extremely hopeful that your honorable body will recognize that this is a reasonable request of our children to make as we return to in-person instruction, especially given how transmissible the Delta variant has proven to be, and since there will be no one under 12 who will be vaccinated. We are encouraged by the idea that once children are able to be vaccinated, we can move away from masking as the school year progresses. Considering how much our children have missed out on over the past year and a half, we are hopeful that we will be able to send them to school safely in the fall so they will be able to return to an increased sense of normalcy. I appreciate the gravity of the situation and that you are tasked with a very important vote. And as a concerned parent, I urge you to vote in favor of a mask requirement for Attleboro Public Schools. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to speak in favor of our mask mandate?
Hello, my name is Lori Sawyer. I live at 136 Curtis Ave. And I want to just say I'm hoping that you vote for a mask mandate. I feel like we're playing with fire here. COVID is no joke. It doesn't discriminate about who it kills. I mean, who it does everything to. We need to make common sense rules to protect our kids in K through 12 and have kids and staff wear masks. I wanted to just read something. I did send out an email that I'm sure that all of you saw, but I wanted to read a part of it that my daughter wrote that she wanted me to say. Wearing masks is a safety precaution. You would not stick your hand into acid with no protection, so why are we treating the pandemic like it's not a hazard that we don't need protection from? We should see this. Should this even be something people should have an opinion on? It's not something that is a Democrat thing or a Republican thing. It's a safety issue. This pandemic is now hitting kids with this new variant, and even kids are dying. My daughter is saying she would rather put her safety over her comfort, and a mask is not a distraction if you don't make it one. She told me earlier that she hates wearing the mask because she now has got glasses. She puts glasses on and it fogs up her glasses. She can't see anything, and so then she feels like she wants to take the mask off, but she would rather wear the mask instead of have that comfort. And she said this should be a no-brainer to make masks mandatory. It makes everyone safer. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to speak in favor of a mask mandate?
Good evening. My name is Juliette Texera. I live at 5 Hanish Road. I urge the school committee to adopt an indoor mask mandate in the Attleboro Public Schools, as well as other protocols to allow our children to safely return to school. I'm the guardian of a student who's currently at Attleboro High School. I'm also a foster parent, and I have fostered children who have been in elementary, middle school, and in the high school, all during the pandemic. I, like many of us, had thought we had turned the corner in the late spring, and I was so excited. I had been vaccinated. I can stop wearing the mask. And unfortunately, we're seeing a big uptick in COVID, in particular with the Delta variant. And for the first time, we're really seeing that our children are vulnerable. And we're seeing this, their stats nationally. I'm concerned for my children's safety, school staff safety, and my own safety. I've had to manage my children's schooling while it's been fully remote, hybrid, or full-time in person. For me, having the children be able to attend school fully in person is extremely important for their social, mental, and intellectual well-being. We saw last year that overall our community was able to prevent the spread of COVID in our schools by just adopting some simple protocols, wearing masks, utilizing other things like washing hands and social distancing. I also experienced COVID coming into my own household and using certain protocols. Everybody in the house, except for the person who was affected, did not get COVID. So there are some things that you can do to safely do it, and masks were very, very important. Our children have been able to adapt easily to wearing masks, and I've not witnessed any psychological nor physical damage from wearing them. I myself has asthma, and I've been able to wear the mask and exercise when I have to. Yes, sometimes it can be a little bit difficult, but I do it. I'm asking the Attleboro School Committee and the administration to adopt a mask mandate to be effective when schools open. Obviously, when we see a change and the data starts showing a change with the decline of COVID, I would then ask that you then reconsider. Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to speak in favor of a mask mandate? Hello.
Hi, my name is Mary Flaherty, 358 South Main Street. I'm concerned that there may be no requirement for students and teachers to wear masks at school for the upcoming school year. I have a child just entering into the Attleboro public school system, and it's surprising to me that this should even be a conversation at this point. Considering the recommendations that various health agencies have made about COVID precautions, it's difficult to see the benefit of not requiring masks in the beginning of the school year. If masks turn out to be unnecessary, then there will be data to support that as the school year progresses. Surely being overcautious at the start of the school year is preferable to waiting until our friends and family are hospitalized from preventable outbreaks. This seems like a textbook example of better safe than sorry. I urge you to consider requiring masks for students and teachers at the start of the school year, with the option to scale back that requirement if data supports it. On a personal note, I have family who had COVID, and death is not the only permanent consequence from this. You can have heart and lung issues that, from all evidence so far, do not go away. And those are long-term disabilities that these people have now acquired at a relatively young age. I have a 20-year-old cousin who was extremely active and now has serious health problems. So especially for younger people, it's not just that you can die, it's not that you can cause the death of somebody else in your family, it's that you can cause long-term disabilities for these people. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name's Mary Buttrick. I'm here on behalf of my 3 grandchildren that go to the Attleboro school system. I came because I heard that you were hearing a lot of opinions from people that don't want masks. And I just wanted to say that the loudest is not necessarily the rightest, which isn't a word. Wearing a mask should not be a majority rules thing, and especially in the school system. Believe me, I'm fatigued. I can see you guys are fatigued by all of us talking up here as well. But the bottom line is that we're still in the midst of the pandemic, and if I could turn back the hands of time to 2019, I would, but I can't. And the kids are still not vaccinated. That's the whole point here. I mean, we are a society that is very individualistic. We've all gone back. We're all tired of it. I'm tired of it. But the bottom line is we need to keep the kids as safe as possible until they can get vaccinated. I'm not asking forever, I'm just asking for that point. And I think it's disheartening that the offices of our country and our state left this decision up to all of you. I think it's ridiculous. But it's where we are, it's the plight that we're in. And this might be actually the most important decision you guys ever make to the life of a child, even though you're sitting there already making the decision, already knowing, you rolling your eyes. But I'm not asking for it forever. I just would like this to happen until they get vaccinated. My granddaughter is high risk, but she still has just as much of a right to go to school as any other child. Her pulmonologist said that if there's a mask mandate and masks are required, she should go to school for the emotional and social necessities. And I want her to go to school, and I want you guys to make it happen. That's what I want. A few days ago, my two grandchildren had a chicken wishbone, and the littlest one, who has the high-risk lung disease, she wished the germs would go away. She needs to go to school. I need you all to make that happen. I need you to make it safe for her. I implore you to learn from other states' mistakes and put masks required in effect for all age groups until we get vaccinated. I can guarantee you my kids will be there first. The first shot's up there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to speak in favor of a mask mandate?
Hi, my name's Jackie Emond. I'm just coming to you as a mom of 2 kids that are going to be entering middle school, and they're not vaccinated, as are all of their peers. I'm also a nurse who worked in 2 different hospitals, one being Mass General during the pandemic. I know that masks work. I know proper PPE works. I don't understand why this is a question. So that's okay. Here we are, and it's unfortunate that you guys have to make this decision. But I know that it works, and I know that if our kids have to go to school without the mandate, there will be issues and problems that will be devastating. So I implore you to, at least, like everybody else is saying, in the beginning of the school year, please have a mandate. We can always reassess. Let's just start safe first. Thank you.
Anyone else who would like to speak in favor of a mask mandate?
Hi there. My name is Darcy Schillinger. I live at 343 Lindsay Street. I have 2 children in the Attleboro Public Schools, an incoming 3rd grader and an incoming ELC preschooler. I just want to say last year, my 8-year-old went to school all year long. He's special needs, so he was 4 days a week. He wore masks, no problem, all school year long. He participated in surveillance testing. His pool never tested positive. I think there's a reason for that. I think it's because we were wearing masks and being careful. And things clearly haven't improved enough since then to do away with those procedures. So I'm imploring all of you to please continue to pass a mask mandate. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to speak in favor of a mask mandate? Is there anyone who would like to speak out against a universal mask mandate?
So I'm the crazy guy that's going to come in here and say we shouldn't listen to what the CDC is talking about.
Excuse me, can I just get a name and an address, please?
Ryan Fortin, 62 Evergreen Road.
Thank you very much.
All right, so most people in here are listening to the CDC. They're listening to Dr. Fauci. They're listening to NBC and every other media station that's basically promoting this pandemic. I'm not saying it's not a real virus. I think we all know where it came from, but that's political and all that. Out of all the people wearing masks in this room that I look around at, I see about 2 in a year and a half that have had time to acquire an actual mask that will filter out particulates. So where's the worry? I went to Home Depot today. There are masks at Home Depot, N95. What are you worried about?
Mr. Fortin, just speak to us.
Okay.
That's correct. Thank you.
What are you worried about? If you're that worried, if this isn't a political statement, why don't you have the proper PPE? Anybody? No? The masks have been around for months, yet you haven't upgraded. Can't say anything about that. I live this now because I see my kids going into school. and what they're going to have to face. And if you want to tell me that this is going to stop at a universal mask mandate, it's not. I've served my country. I'm not a terrorist like they want to put it out there, like they just did on Friday. I believe in science. I went to a college to get a degree in science. What they're doing is not science. Science is repeatable. If you want to listen to the media and their crony henchmen that's on there telling you to wear a mask to make you afraid, how many masks do we wear? I see 2, I see 3, but I don't see many N95, which is actually what would save you. Let's think hazmat here. That's science. When I was in the military, we had to practice for biochemical weapons, which is what this is. At least twice a year, we'd get in full mop gear. None of you are searching fact right now. None of you. There are parents in Florida right now that sent these masks, these little blue masks that you're all tugging to like a life blanket, off to a lab. They end up with crap particles, pneumonia. You want to stick that on your kid's face? Are you crazy? You have to be crazy. This isn't what I went to Iraq for. To come back here and watch this country tear itself apart. Because you can't figure out that the government is screwing you. There are proven studies that if you mask an early child, mine's going into kindergarten this year. He's a very intelligent kid. He's been going to Twinkle Little Star, which is private. You know how many masks they've worn in the past year? Very few. You know how many cases they've had? 1. According to a PCR test that CDC has already rescinded and is replacing in December. You want facts? I can lay it out. I got them all in my tasks in my phone. I got all types of doctors coming out all over the world against this bullshit.
Mr. Fortin, please. Public forum.
I know, I got to tame it down. But I don't want to see this. I have plenty of neighbors that are veterans. I have plenty of neighbors that are patriots. And I believe that even though you sit on the other side of the fence, most of you, when it comes to budgets, when it comes to war spending, when it comes to all types of issues, I truly believe that when you get out there on 4th of July, you still see the flag for what it is. I don't care what the media is telling you to think. If you institute this, you are taking one more step towards becoming what this country is not. It's not what you're trying to push. I don't care what state organization is saying. If you are not independently every day looking for the evidence, you will not see it. They are suppressing it. But I could pull up, and anyone who wants to see it, I can pull up countless doctors coming out against this. And if you want to say it's all misinformation, it's not. It's going to come down. This is going to come down to whether you are going to be informed. If you think what's happening in Kabul right now can't happen here, you're wrong. And we are the closest we've ever been. There's analysts right now that are basically saying civil war is around the corner. I'm not saying that. I don't want that. That's not what I went to war for. This PCR test is being rescinded. It has proven to give false numbers. I'm not saying that the bioweapon wasn't released. And if you want to say it still came from some monkey or bat or something else, you're wrong. They engineered this. Fauci did it. So, whatever you want to believe. But I can tell you one thing. I will not mask my child. And I will damn well not show my papers. The only paper I'll show to you is my VA ID. With that, you're good. Do what you want.
Anyone else who would like to speak out against the universal mask mandate?
I don't know how. My name's Elaine Marine. I live at 500 Mendon Road.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your last name, ma'am.
Elaine Marine.
Oh,
500
it is
Mendon
like
Road.
Marine, okay, thank you.
I don't know if this is going to make flowing sense because I didn't come prepared. I've been taking notes from what people are saying. I agree with a lot of what that gentleman just said. You're not going to find the facts unless you dig deeper. They're not out there. The truth is masks don't work. COVID is spread by aerosol. I'm a nurse myself. COVID is spread by aerosol, and even N95s are not good enough. It can get inside. Masks don't work. Other nations prove that. Other nations have never masked their people. They've never shut down schools or businesses. COVID, and children don't tend to get it. You always have the outliers, but young children don't carry enough viral load in their body to get it or pass it on to others. Again, you always have the outliers, but that's not the general thing. And the thing is that COVID is easily treatable. It is a tragedy that we live in an area where the doctors have not done their homework. I myself got COVID and my doctor wouldn't treat me. I had a connection to a doctor in New Jersey. I was better in 2 days with over-the-counter hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin. Ivermectin and budesonide are also very effective drugs that work. In other parts of the country, they use them. Our doctors have been fooled or lazy. I don't know what the thing is, but they have not used it. They have blackballed the treatment, and you can't get it around here, but it's very easily treatable. And to think that the variant is stronger, the variant is less strong than COVID. In every thing like this, the variants that come through are always less strong than the original. That's the way these things go. There's much information that is being propagated and repeated, and my heart goes out to every fear-filled parent in this room tonight. I would be afraid if I didn't know the truth. I would be afraid for my child. What more precious thing in your life do you have than your children? I understand the fear, but it's not based on truth, and I wish I could lift all the deception from everybody tonight. But why have our kids come under that fear? One thing that might help is just think of the timeline of the Fauci flips. He spoke truth in the very beginning last March. 2020, mask won't work. That's not what will help this thing. This is not that. And then he flipped. Then it was masks. Then it was 2 masks and maybe 3 masks. And then he kind of said masks are not really needed anymore, and it's just a flip. That should speak volumes to people. We allow non-masked people in our borders, but we mandate masks on our kids, or we want masks on our kids. We're not going to get over this. This is not going to go away. And masks hurt emotionally, and they're not even healthy. As that last gentleman said, they harbor all kinds of things. I definitely agree that kids should be in school, but they should be in school mask-free. I don't know when enough is enough, because if you think Delta is the end, it's not the end. There's going to be a next. My church has been gathering since a year ago, May. We have not stopped. There's been lots of people. People can wear masks if they want. They don't have to wear masks if they don't want. There's no testing. No one has gotten sick. We've been doing this for over a year. Sometimes we're out in the field, sometimes we're in church. No one has gotten sick. Serious problems and deaths with COVID have come with people with multiple comorbidities. And also because doctors send you home and say, go home. When you're sick enough, go to the emergency room. By that time, for some people, because they don't know their bodies, they don't know what to listen to, by the time they get there, it's really late. My brother almost died from COVID. He had one modality left, which was to get on be intubated, and he had refused that. He had one modality left, but he made it through. And he's got a lot of comorbidities. He was one of those people. People think vaccines are the answer. They're not the answers. That the answer. People with vaccines shed. I have natural immunity. I don't shed. Nor will I get it from anybody else that's shedding. And the people that are catching the Delta now, 80% of those, I heard a stat last week, 80% of those are the double vaxxed people. And those are the people that hospitals, nurses in hospitals will tell you, all my patients in ICU that are here with COVID are double vaxxed people. So we're just being fed a lot of lies, and we have to dig for truth. We have to dig for truth. And I just wanted to say all of that. I probably have a lot more to say, but I didn't have time to take notes. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for all the work you're doing. And I'm glad it got down to each community, because it gives each community a right to stand for what you know is right.
Thank you. Anyone else who'd like to speak against the universal mask mandate? Hello.
Hi, thank you for listening to us today. My name is Meredith Castano, 831 West Street. I'll begin by apologizing for the fact that I am a terrible public speaker, and you'll probably hear my voice shake. And I originally wasn't planning on coming down here today, which is why you probably saw me come running in. But I'm here on behalf of my kids who were at home, and they asked me and said, "Mommy, can you go fight for us?" I emailed each of you earlier today, and I know some of you were able to get it, but just in case you weren't, I wanted to make sure that my voice and my children's voices were heard. Over the last year and a half, our children have been through an unbelievable amount of stress. So much of their lives have been taken away from them without any of their control. This summer, we finally saw a glimmer of hope in our children's eyes, that life is back to normal. They have returned to sports, friends, vacations, all without masks. Now suddenly they are being told that they will need to return to school with masks yet again. I worry about our younger children in schools who need to be able to read facial cues, see those smiles, and are learning mouth placement for reading and speech. In addition, some families chose to keep their children home last year because they did not want them wearing a mask all day. Now those families no longer have a choice. For our family, we chose to send our children to school last year. However, it was heartbreaking seeing how upset they were by the masks, ripping them off as soon as they got off the bus. For one of my children in particular, I worry about the health effects of his mask will have on him. He has a tendency to chew on his mask, and no matter how hard he tries, with it attached to his face, he can't help it. He chews through about 4 masks a day at the very minimum. I send him with multiple masks, and he chews through each of them each day. Not because he wants to, he's just not able to. I've seen how gross our children's masks are by the end of the day, wet and stained with whatever they ate that day, not to mention how much of it they've ingested. Throughout this pandemic, COVID has proven to not be dangerous to children. According to the American Academy of Pediatrics, 0.00% to 0.03% of all child COVID-19 cases have resulted in death. However, this does not take into account the number of deaths caused by depression and suicide. The Massachusetts Youth Risk Behavior Survey suggests suicidality among children is on the rise. Boston Children's Hospital reports that since the pandemic, it saw a 47% increase over the same period the year before in kids needing to be hospitalized for suicidal ideation or attempts. Dr. Patricia Abiziaco, I must say, though, that school and academic stress have always been frequently reported. The most frequently reported stress in youth presenting to the hospital with mental health struggles. Now it's much higher volumes of patients in pandemic-related impact. This touches me personally, as this statistic includes my nephew, who was hospitalized during the pandemic because of depression and suicide. It is not enough to simply return to school. Our children need to return to a sense of normalcy. With the mental health epidemic we are facing with our youth right now, I think parents need to be trusted to make the decision on what they know is best for their child, both physically and mentally. Parents should be allowed to make the decision based on their child's whole well-being. Last year, I know many teachers struggled with getting the vaccine, but we are now at the point that all teachers have had the option of getting it. This is also true for parents at home. I believe that we are at the point that our families should have a choice of what they know is best for their child. I am not saying that children should not be allowed to wear masks. I am saying that parents should have the right to choose. Throughout the summer, parents have had the right to choose on whether their children wear masks for sports, to the grocery store, etc. Any parent who has chosen this has already had a discussion with their child. Therefore, it will not be any different to make that choice within the school. Massachusetts has not created a mandate and has left the choice up to the schools. I believe the schools should leave this choice up to the parents to what they know is the healthiest choice for their children. At hockey, at dance, at camps, at the store, some children wear masks, most don't. By looking at the fact that most children are not wearing masks in public shows that most parents don't want their children to return to school wearing masks. But the point is, everyone has a choice to do what they feel comfortable with. I don't believe this right should be taken away. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me, and please allow us to choose what is best for our children.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to speak to the school committee against a universal mask mandate?
Hello, my name is Anthony Marine, and I live on 500 Mendon Road in Attleboro here. And I too am not prepared. I just realized that you were talking about the mandate as we were driving down, basically. And first of all, I truly believe that there's a lot of information that's being suppressed. For instance, I put something on Facebook that had to do with the vaccine, and immediately I had a strike against me. So also there's a lot of, and if I came prepared, I could give you some actual doctors' names, but there's like America's frontline doctors who are constantly being banned and that type of thing. And there's top-notch doctors, if you look for it, that will have a lot of rebuttal about masks and the vaccine. We heard a lot of good things. I'll come at it from a little bit different angle too, like the last person just spoke. Was it Ronald Reagan? He said the 9 most terrifying words are, "Hello, I'm from the government. I'm here to help you." I agree with the last person who spoke that there should be choice. Where does it end? If we open the gates here, I work for the state of Rhode Island. I'm a programmer. Good chance I'll be losing my job if I don't bend over to, if I don't submit to the government by not getting a vaccine. And there's a lot of people around the country. There's a good article by a Jewish point of view. A lot of this is like 1938 for that person. They had a well-written article, and it leads, before you know it, you're going to have to show your card. Before you know it, you're not going to be able to fly here or there. I've heard there was a crawl on one of the news stations that the federal government's looking into interstate vaccine mandates cards. Then they talk about, it goes on. And where does it stop from here? Okay, flu season's coming up. Is the government going to decide what's best there? Where does it end? There are a lot of rebuttal on masks, and not only that, the psychological harm that it does. And I'm not the expert. If I came prepared, I would have had some names that you could, look into. But again, I think, is this post-constitutional culture now? What happened to the Constitution? I understand that person who was very passionate here that served in Iraq. I could understand where he's coming from. There's people who bled for this country in the past. What would they be saying now? What happened to individual rights? Is that going out the window now? I see his concern about how the country is quickly turning. I'm not going to keep going on about this, but it's just another point of view. Where does it end? The next thing that comes up, and also they're saying there's probably, even Dr. Fauci is saying that we probably need boosters. Other variants are going to be coming down the line, because top doctors also say that that this virus is like the flu, and you're never going to get on top of it. It's going to keep, so where does it end? Are we going to wear masks the rest of our life? Are we going to, in the psychological harm it does for kids, the expressions, even the teachers wearing them, what happened to, all that? And, okay, I guess that's all I have to say, but just, where are we going from here? I mean, where does it end? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to speak out against a universal mask mandate?
Jake LaCourse, 95 Glendale Road.
I'm sorry, sir, I didn't get your last name.
LaCourse.
How do you spell that?
Lacourse.
Thank you.
I'd like to apologize for my less than appropriate attire, but I had a million things to do today, and I didn't realize until the last second that this was going on. And naturally, I wiped everything else off my agenda because there's nothing more important going on than this to me right now. I don't have a ton of things to say today, but the biggest one, which I think should really be the end of the argument, is that anytime there's something polarizing like this within the community, you always are dealing with one side here, one side there. The best ground is the middle ground, a little bit of compromise. Nobody's asking for anything. We're not asking for people to not be allowed to wear masks. If people are fearful for their children's safety, I understand that. They should send their kids to school with masks on. But by you guys, totally disregarding what the governor's already said, he's like making you guys be the Gestapo and enforce something that they are not willing to enforce. And I don't think it's fair that they dropped it on your doorstep, to be honest, but I think they made their decision. It's optional. They already said they recommend it, but if you don't want to do it, you don't have to do it. And I think by saying, we're just going to do a mask mandate anyways, that you're literally telling half of the city that you were completely unwilling to work with them and that you were completely unwilling to hear what they're saying. There's no compromise there. You're just jamming it down our throats. And then you wonder why people are upset. So, like I said, there's a ton of facts out there that are being suppressed. Everybody knows that, especially in the media. If you don't realize by now that the media is just like a propaganda echo chamber, then I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you. You guys got to wake up. But you got a lot of people in this community here that showed up, that are trying to fight for their kids. These people are angry. They want to be heard. They don't want to be relegated to the sidelines and totally dismissed like they have been for the past, God knows, year and change or whatever. And like I said, if you guys are here and you're really trying to listen and listen with the intent of hearing, not just responding and doing what you want to do, then you guys should just make them optional. They've already laid the groundwork for you. I'm just going to leave it at that. You guys making this mandatory is telling half of your city that you are completely unwilling to represent them and work with them. So I pray that you don't do that.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the school committee against the mask mandate?
Good evening. My name is Glenn Arenberg, 16 Fairfield Ave. I didn't plan on speaking tonight, but I feel compelled to speak for my grandchildren. During the whole time of going back to school, they dreaded wearing the mask. It was, Grampy, I only got a little bit of break time in the no mask zone. I only got this. We didn't get to do this. And I just really felt for them. Really broke my heart. It just really did. And I believe in science. I do like science. The problem is, one gentleman spoke, try to find science. That's not suppressed. I've seen a few videos of some European doctors in a discussion. I send a link to somebody, they go to open it, it's gone. Not even 5 minutes later, it's taken down. So that information is not readily available, only because of suppression. Some things do leak through, but it's far and few between. So it is hard to follow the science when the science is always this sided. It's not even. And if it were even, we'd be talking about, what about the flu season? The flu for children and adolescents is far more dangerous and deadly. Look up the numbers. How many children over the years have died from the flu? A lot more than COVID. But we didn't make the kids wear masks then. We didn't do remote learning. They sent the kid home sick. That was it. But for now, it's all ginned up with the political, with the politics, with all that, and our children are suffering. I know my grandchildren are suffering. I can only speak for them. And so I think if my daughter feels safe sending her children to school without a mask and let their natural immune system take over as it does as their children, and if they do fight the COVID like they could, and with the therapeutics that are available, I don't know the percentages off the top of my head, but for children, it's very survivable. I'm not saying it's not real, and I'm not saying children with comorbidities maybe have to take a lot more precautions. And if you're a parent that says, I need to send my child to the school with a mask, then they probably should do that, absolutely. But to force it on the kids like my grandchildren that are really suffering from it, I think that needs to be thought about as well. So I thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to address the school committee to speak against a universal mask mandate?
Hi, my name is Matt Cody, 32 Russell Tennant Drive.
Matt, how do you spell your last name?
C-O-T-E.
Thank you.
I have two children. Daughter who's going to be in the 6th grade. She has not been vaccinated. My son's in the high school and he has been vaccinated. Like some of the other parents were saying earlier, I think there should be a parental choice. If, my son especially, who's been vaccinated, he's done what everyone said he should do. I don't understand why he would be forced to wear a mask. If, someone else goes to school and chooses to wear a mask, I'd say no problem with that. I think that's a personal choice. I think that's a parental choice. And, that's thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who'd like to address the school committee to speak against a universal mask mandate? Is there anyone who would like to address the school committee on this issue, neither for nor against? Is there anyone who would like to address the school committee on any other issue besides masks?
My name is Julie Rigby. I live at Harley Street in South Attleboro. I want to talk about critical race theory. I know you have voted against it, and I saw from the minutes that you said that twice, and I thank you for that. But did it say that the teachers were going to get some instruction or some classes in that sort of thing? Could you explain that?
This isn't the time for back and forth, but what I can say is that the teachers receive professional development in what is called, Mr. Sawyer, help me out here.
DEI.
Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Training. That's professional development. It's not curriculum. It's not passed on to the students, but it is a professional development that the teachers receive.
Yes. And that's been approved?
Well, the school committee does not approve professional development, but it has been approved. I mean, it has been put in place, yes.
Yeah. Who approves that, if you don't?
So what I would suggest, ma'am, just because this isn't a time for back and forth. Is that I don't know if you're planning on sticking around for the meeting. Is that we get your contact information and we can have a discussion with you, so we can have the back and forth, because it sounds like you have a lot of questions, which I'm sure are good questions, and I'm happy to answer them.
Okay.
I just can't do it in this specific forum.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
My two more questions. Does the Attleboro school system use gender-neutral language, or do they plan to?
Mr. Sawyer?
I'm not sure what you mean by that exactly.
Gender neutral, with no boys and girls and.
We have boys and girls in the Attleboro.
Oh, good. Okay. And the third one, you've appointed a new director of social and emotional learning.
Yes.
That sounds nice. Everybody wants that kind of for their children.
Mm-hmm.
But is that a pathway to critical race theory? I mean.
No.
My research says it is.
It's something that we've been looking into doing from well before critical race theory was a discussion. And I know critical race theory has been around since the 80s, but it's something that before it was in anyone's mind locally or on the news, it's been something that we've been discussing as a committee as a need for our students, for their emotional well-being. It's completely unrelated to
Can we find out what her duties are, and does she report to you?
She reports to the central office
Of
to
the
superintendent.
Right, right, yeah.
So are we going to get the contact information?
Yeah,
and-
yeah. So I would like to get your contact
Conversation.
information so we can have this back and forth
Okay,
about
thank
it.
you. And I think the governor did the right thing by making the decision on the masks down to the local communities to do.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to address the school committee on any other issues tonight? All right, that will close open forum. And turn it over to our business agenda, which starts with the superintendent's report. Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Chairman Withers. First, by way of update on our preparations for the start of school, principals and their office staff are back in our buildings and busy getting ready for what will be a very busy couple weeks getting ready for school and the return of students. They've joined our facilities personnel who have been on site all summer long, busy getting the district ready. And now that our academic programming for the summer has concluded, our buildings are clear, and they're certainly busy getting them clean and ready and getting everything set for our return, which we are excited for, even despite the tension over what that's exactly going to look like. In working with our principals, which is what we do this time of year, we have quite a bit of meetings with all the administrators in the district in these last week and this week. And the main focus that I think the community should be aware of is that we are looking to really refocus ourselves as a district on what we do best, which is education. As everyone knows, last year, the requirements of the pandemic had a negative impact on our ability to do our jobs as well as we are accustomed to doing them. And that certainly has had an impact on learning in the district, which we have discussed on multiple occasions. And it is, something we're very excited about, that we hope that we'll be able to redouble our efforts and get back to business as to what we do best, and that we'll be able to address losses that we know that we experienced and accelerate learning so that we can get back on track and be in a place where we want to be within the year's time. I know people have a lot of questions about logistical issues around schools, and I just wanted to let families know that letters, both my welcome back letter that goes out to the entire district, and then each principal's welcome back letter for the families in their school, those will be coming out later this week. That's the 20th, right? Yeah, so Friday. So parents can expect that, and that'll have more information that I know that some people are looking for, and that's on the way. At this time, I'm going to switch off my report to just give Mr. Furtado an opportunity to provide his transportation update.
Certainly, thank you. We have all of the fee-for-service applications that were received as of the end of July processed. We have about 1,100 students who did that, which is quite a bit lower than usual. We're usually around 1,400. So we have an additional 94 who have applied for fee-for-service since the deadline in July, who we are going to be working on starting the 27th to get on buses as soon as we possibly can. We expect to have our bus routes finalized with the on-time fee-for-service students next week, and we'll then again start working on the late applications to try to get them on the buses as soon as we can. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Mr. Storrs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When it comes to fee-for-service, has there been any parents that have been not denied the fee-for-service this year that you're aware of?
Certainly not because of capacity. That again, walkers are not eligible, so we have had families with walkers who apply and get denied.
So I know, I definitely mean if
they're eligible,
policy, if they're within the distance requirements to be fee-for-service.
Yep.
We have not denied anybody.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Withers. You said that the routes were going to be finalized hopefully next week. And what methods of communication will the district use? I assume they'll be printed in the paper.
Yep.
Will we be emailing any information? How can families expect?
The routes are published on our website, so at any time, independent of the newspaper or anything else, they can go to our website and find the routes there.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
As we enroll the later students, they get calls.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Mr. Domenici?
Thank you. Are our buses at full capacity now? Because I know that last year, like because of different protocols we had in place, there was only so many kids allowed on a bus. Has that been relaxed because of?
Yeah, buses from a capacity perspective run as normal. As was pointed out in the open forum, masks are required on a school bus, and the windows are required to be open. But other than that, they operate normally.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Mrs. Storrs?
We kind of touched base on it regarding at the last meeting, but do we expect the duration that students are on buses to be increased for any reason this year, as compared to previous years? Not last year, obviously, but
yeah, no, our routing is being done in the context of our 45-minute time limit.
okay. And we don't see expect an average increase this year as compared to previous years due to some of the recent decisions we've made, like
No.
all schools starting at the same time, kind of.
No,
Okay.
no.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you,
Sorry.
Mr. Furtado.
Thank you, Mr. Furtado.
I'd like to inform the committee about the state's new testing program. We've been learning quite a bit about it in the last week, with more information, coming in. There's another webinar tomorrow. I just want to start by making clear that, first of all, testing is a pretty big task for the district. Certainly, one of the many things that we weren't exactly prepared to contend with, but from our perspective, it's worth the effort that we have to put into it. That testing provides us excellent information and is a real core element of our strategy to keep our schools safe. Being able to identify asymptomatic cases, to quickly identify people early in their period of infection, to be able to do the follow-up testing makes a huge difference in our ability to provide a safe learning environment, which obviously we've spent quite a bit of time this evening discussing what exactly that needs to be. And from my perspective, I can say there are a lot of things I'm not quite confident in, but I can say that testing and its importance is something I can advocate for. And I have to say it was a bit disappointing last year that it was such a struggle to get participation. And I understand some of the concerns, and so rather than focus on that, I just want to ask people to understand that things are a little bit different this year. We have a different vendor. The state went with one contract for the entire state rather than contracting with a couple different companies, and so we're actually changing from Ginkgo to CIC. With that's going to come a couple different changes. The bad news in that is that we are going to need to require consent from everybody again to participate. The good news is that that won't be through Aspen, and so we have real hope that that's going to be a much simpler process. We're hoping that it'll be easy to do through your mobile phone, which I know was one of the major complaints about trying to do it through Aspen. So we'll have more information on that as soon as we have it, because we're still working on it. But I did want to describe one of the ways in which the new approach, I think people really should strongly consider participating. So there are three components to the testing program that we're going to be participating in. First, we're going to be doing symptom testing, which means that when a student in school presents symptoms, somebody's concerned about their well-being, sends them to the office, or the student identifies themselves, I don't feel well. If they have symptoms, if we're a participant in the program, we can do a Binex test in school and give families, instant results on the likely COVID status for that student. So I think this is very helpful. If you've got a child who has symptoms, not needing to wait to get them into a doctor and wait for that testing to be completed, you can know right away, listen, your child has the sniffles, but we did the Binex testing. They don't have COVID. It looks like it's just a cold. We're going to send them home as a precaution, but you have a peace of mind that you're not dealing with that. I think a lot of parents, I think, will appreciate that. I think that peace of mind has great value to people. We also will be doing what they're now calling routine testing, which is like the testing we did last year. That's going to help us to identify those asymptomatic cases because it's a PCR test. The turnaround time is getting faster and faster. We're also able to do the reflex testing through the lab rather than in the school, so that's going to speed up. And again, that's that real layer of safety so that we know that we don't have sick people in classes. But the new thing that's really, I think, most important that I want families to know about is what they're now calling test and stay. So under test and stay, if your child is a close contact as a result of exposure to COVID, whether we're talking about in school, someone in class tested positive, and now you sat, close to them at some point during the day, and so now you're a close contact, or whether outside of school, almost all of our cases last year, people caught COVID, in their daily lives, mostly from their families. If you're a close contact of someone who happens to be positive in your life outside of school, either way, whether it's in school or outside of school, we can, through test and stay, test you and keep you in school without requiring a quarantine. So families who participate in testing this year their children will be able to stay in school and not be quarantined, again, regardless of whether the exposure was in school or outside of school, by participating in our testing program. And that includes, by the way, athletics. And I know that was one of the big concerns around testing last year, is that people felt like, if I do testing, my kid's going to, miss out on their after-school activities. With this program, we can keep kids in school. We don't have to quarantine them. They do get to continue to participate. Basically, under test and stay, they'll do the by-next testing for a window of 3 to 5 days to make sure that they don't develop symptoms and that they don't have the test. So this is a major development. I'm really, really hopeful that if people don't just automatically say, oh, testing, yeah, I decided last year I'm against that. If you hear about the details of the way we're doing it now, I think there's real incentive for families to participate, to give us that consent so that we can keep kids in school and keep our schools safe. I'll pause there if there are any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I do want to say that for parents, I think promoting the positives of taking part in this in the community is a good thing. I mean, this is just, the more that we can have in this, overall, the better for everybody. So I definitely want to encourage that. Somebody alluded to it earlier, and it's factual science that there has been a change when it comes to what's called the PCR testing. And you had mentioned that this by-next test is that type of test. So is there any change, or is there any concerns regarding that? Because it has been downgraded by the FDA. Supposedly it does create false positives. They can't differentiate between COVID and influenza and other things. So how does that affect this, if at all?
Based on what we've heard so far, it doesn't seem like it does, but I certainly will look into the concern and get back to you on what the state is saying about that. Okay, so finally, I need to address the controversy over masks and how we should conduct ourselves as a district. As I've told everybody who has reached out to me in the last couple weeks, I wanted to convey to the committee that people are reaching out, and I personally would say that the emails I'm getting are about split 50-50 in terms of, some people want the mandate and some people don't. And I think that the experience that we had tonight is similar along those lines, that there is strongly held beliefs on both sides of the issue. And that was one of the things that I wanted to say, is that from my perspective, reading what people have to say, I think people feel these are sincerely held beliefs, right? People feel very, very strongly about this. And it puts us in a terrible position because there's no outcome in which, there isn't a significant group of people who are going to be dissatisfied and disagree with that. And it's troubling because, generally speaking, we try to make decisions and try to build consensus and do what we think is in the best interest of the community. And that's ultimately in your hands, but I have a role to, communicate to you where I see things and how I think it has an impact on the educational system that we're providing. But in this case, we're in an obvious no-win situation, and I take that reality very, very seriously. And it's a very, as many people talk about, it's an unenviable position, and I think it is, as some people commented on, created by the fact that the state could have created a clearer set of guidelines that had, left us not in the situation where we have to have half our community strongly disagreeing with the other half and all of us in the middle. But that is the reality that we face, and we have to move forward regardless. I think we all agree, and I think that the people who spoke here tonight agree, again, from both sides, that what is best for kids is a return to normalcy as quickly as possible. We all want that for our children. The question at hand is, when is it safe to do so, right? And I have to say, unlike the people who reached out to me with their emails and their strong feelings, I don't have a confident answer as to where that line of safety is. I don't feel, as an educator, qualified to say definitively what is the right exact point for a line of what counts as safety or not. And we've talked about safety as a district many times before, and in other settings, especially around like school shootings, one of the things that we discussed is that there's no such thing as absolute safety. And so it's always a matter of weighing costs and benefits and thinking about what we do. Safety is a precondition for learning. We cannot conduct ourselves as a district in a way that is unsafe. And so we can't chart a course that is demonstrably unsafe. At the same time, we can't do the safest thing we can possibly imagine, because often those things come with other costs that, when you start to factor them out, become problematic. And so it's always a balancing act. It's something that we face all the time, and it's just this particular moment that leads us, in a very, very delicate situation. And I can't tell you that I think that there is a clear answer as to where exactly that line is. So this is a difficult situation, obviously. Just to review what the guidance says specifically, the state has taken a stand on this. They've released the guidance. It's in writing. You can see it on the website, the state's website, if you haven't already. To be very clear, buses and nurses' offices are federally required to have everyone in on the masked, right? So if you're going to take a bus this year, your child is going to have to wear a mask. That's not negotiable. We don't have a choice on that. Likewise, if your child has to go to the nurse, they're going to have to wear a mask. This is no different than if you go to the doctor's office. You have to be masked there too, right? Same environment. Those are the rules, and the guidance makes that very clear. Beyond that, the guidance calls for a strong recommendation, right? They strongly recommend that students through grade 6 wear masks indoors, right? They recommend strongly that students through grade 6 wear a mask indoors. They also strongly recommend that all unvaccinated people in schools wear masks. That's staff, that's students, that's visitors. Then, the last real portion of the guidance, they explicitly call on us to allow vaccinated students to remain unmasked. That is the state's guidance to us as to how to conduct our schools safely.
I just want to be clear, because there was different information earlier. That's DESE's guidance, correct?
Yeah, that's right out of DESE guidance.
Thank you.
So that's their guidance. Again, it seems to me, based on what they're saying, that they believe masking is a safety precaution that will keep us safe, right? That's a thing that we should be doing. They're strongly recommending it. The administration, regardless of what happens tonight, will be masked up in our schools for the foreseeable future. Again, regardless of the decision, we're going to be expecting that our educators, right? The state's telling us that we should mask up, and we should be expecting families to send their children with masks, right? That's what's the recommendation. Masks are recommended. I believe we should follow the guidance and make those recommendations. But as for whether or not, yeah, sure.
I don't want to interrupt the flow here. Just with the recommendation, do you think there's a presumed level of compliance that the state has in mind? And so it's a strong recommendation. Any sense on from what you've heard about what level of compliance makes this actually good guidance?
The state has not indicated that, but I agree with you. It seems like if you try to interpret what they're saying to us is that some level of non-compliance doesn't make us unsafe according to this to this guidance, but what that level is not made clear at all.
Okay.
Not that I'm aware of.
Before you continue, I just want to clarify, because I was writing down the guidance. Federal requirement of masking on buses and in the nurse's office. Strong recommendation that all students through grade 6 wear masks indoors. Strong recommendation unvaccinated persons in the building, whether they be students, teachers, staff, visitors, wear masks indoors. And then allow vaccinated students to remain unmasked.
Correct.
Only students, not teachers. Okay.
That whole section on allowing vaccinated is directed specifically at students.
Do they speak at all about vaccinated teachers?
No.
They don't address it. Okay. All right.
No, right?
Yeah. Mr. Storrs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, when it comes to buses, it's the state and the federal government, they've provided requirements when it comes to masking on buses.
Yep.
Obviously, last year was very different. Less than half was on buses than normal. But right now, we're planning on being back to not so semi normalcy. As far as the busing, we have requirements masking on busing because we are expecting, kid on the buses, right? But they have not done that within the schools. So I asked myself why, and it seems I just answered it. The fact that kids are going to be sitting right next to each other on the bus, the proximity of that is the key. Now, we know we can't do the 6 feet thing anymore within the schools when we have full capacity. But it's going to be approximately half that. Is that a fair statement?
What's going to be half what?
We're not going to be doing the 6 feet distancing within the schools, but it's probably going to be somewhere in the 3 to 4 or as much as possible.
So we're going to work in schools to create as much distancing as possible because we believe that helps.
Yep.
Although, to be honest, the state doesn't seem to feel that that's as important as we once did. But we don't see any harm in providing distance where we can. So, our protocols will be to provide distance where it's possible, but there is no more distancing requirement.
So the reason I do bring up the distancing is because they have made the decision regarding busing, and it seems the only difference between on buses and in the schools is proximity.
Yeah, so I believe that what's driving the buses and the nurses' offices really comes down to that those are federal rules that the state has to follow,
Sure.
and that the state has say over its own educational system, which is why they went the way that they did.
Right, but the federal government hasn't, indicated that it should be a requirement to be fully masked in the schools, while the busing, on the other hand, they have.
Yeah, so I honestly don't know under what legal authority they've made that requirement. I assume it has to do with funding and tied it somehow to the funding for transportation. But that's a guess on my part. I really didn't look into it because it is what it is. So that was enough for me. But just to be clear, the CDC has called for masking in schools,
Sure. And the WHO has said no. There's definitely different sides of that.
But the state did not do that.
Right. So
very clearly.
My only point in asking this question right now is, and I think Mark was, I think you were nodding yes, is that it seems the criteria was based on proximity. When you have students sitting right next to each other, that's more of a risk than if they're able to be distanced to some level. Is that a fair statement?
That's an interpretation.
Right. but based on logic.
Again, it's not mine. I think it's just unrelated. They had to do it here and they didn't have to do it there, and it's just an accident of the way it played out. But I don't know. If you know something I don't know, jump in here.
I think intuitively you would say so, but the interesting part is by requiring the windows to stay open, the air
ventilation.
exchanges in the
I
buses
agree.
are better.
Totally agree with you. I totally agree.
Yeah, right.
All right, thank you.
So I should mention, I know that you know from my email update, but for people watching home, I have reached out. I've been in consultation with the city health department all throughout this, and that will continue, certainly on a weekly basis, and then as needed above and beyond that. You saw the data that I sent you, which was the most recent, graphs of the cases here in Attleboro. There has been a significant uptick in the last 2 weeks, and we're now at levels that certainly exceed where we were at this time last year. But in speaking with the health department, there is not the feeling at this time that under these conditions that there needs to be a mask requirement, and that's why there hasn't been one in our municipal buildings or one citywide or on, there hasn't been that movement because the health department's saying, at this time, that's not the case. Now, they're watching very carefully too. They see that the numbers are going up, and there is a time at which, they're prepared to act. There's not the sense I get, and again, I don't mean to speak for other people, but I don't think it's that they're committed to not doing it. I believe that at this point, they feel like that's not what's required, and that when they get to a point where they feel like it is, they will take such an action. And by the way, that would take this issue out of our hands, right? So if the city enacts a mandate, then we would have to follow that, depending on how it was constructed and written. So in terms of giving a recommendation, my recommendation to the committee is that we follow the guidance, because as much as I find much of what was said tonight compelling, I don't know on what ground I would personally decide to ignore the guidance set by the state and its officials and endorsed and affirmed by our own local health officials. So if that's the counsel that we're getting for the people who know better than I do about what's safe, I don't know on what ground I would recommend to do otherwise. But a couple other things I would like to say. Regardless of this, it's very clear that masking is important, and that has to be an expectation for the district, that we make it clear that regardless of whether we are compelling people or not, we want people to be masked. And I think that is an important component of keeping us safe. The more people who are masked, the safer we're going to be, and that has to be part of this. I'm going to also say that we shouldn't consider any options I know you're about to deliberate, and depending on how that turns out, I just would really caution us that we can't put teachers on the front line of this issue, right? The idea of asking teachers to have to police who wears masks, who doesn't wear masks, who's vaccinated, who isn't vaccinated. We can't take a tact that further interferes with the learning environment by putting teachers in the unnecessary position of having to be the front line of the issue. And the last thing is that I know everyone feels like this is like some important moment in this process, but as we have experienced, things change quickly. I don't know what Thursday's numbers are going to say, and I don't know whether that if they drop precipitously, which doesn't seem likely to me, but if that were to happen, would that not be cause for saying that it would be prudent to follow the guidance? Or likewise, is it possible that another uptick will lead the city to decide that it's time to do something? And it's conceivable that we'll need to take action before school starts. I don't know how to predict what we're going to do, because we're being asked to be responsive to our local conditions, and so that's going to happen no matter what. Based on the factors that we have available to us, I don't know how to say it another way. We got through last year successfully by staying the course and by following guidance, right? At times it was unpopular. I mean, we sat here, not here, we were probably at Wamsut at the time. And actually, we might have even been still remote at that point. But, there was a lot of speculation that what we were conceiving to do, again, a year ago, was going to have all kinds of consequences, and there were all kinds of concerns about that safety. And while we certainly did everything we could to be sensitive to those concerns, we stayed the course, we followed the guidance, we did what the state said was safe to do. And not only, did that turn out to be true, but I think in retrospect, in many ways, it was overly cautious. And so, we can't take risks with the health of our children, right? That's not acceptable. What counts for that or not, I don't know. And I don't think that people who are so confident about this really know either, because just like last year, so many people were so upset about things that turned out not to be quite true either. All I can say is that because there's that lack of confidence, I'd rather put my faith in the people whose job it is to tell us what's the appropriate way to act and operate. And that, to me, is to follow the guidance.
Thank you. So before we open it up to comments, I think to get it started with discussion, what I'd like to do at this time is entertain a motion to adopt the administration's recommendation to follow the state guidance and federal mandates, which would require students to wear a mask on the bus and in the nurse's office. Strongly recommend that all students through grade 6 wear a mask inside. Strongly recommend that all unvaccinated persons in the building, including visitors, wear a mask inside, and allow vaccinated students to remain unmasked inside the building.
I'm sorry, before someone makes that motion, are we even allowed to vote on the federal mandate?
We can vote on it. Yeah, we can. I mean, it's a requirement anyway, but I'd like it all out there in one vote so it's nice and neat and clear.
All right.
Second.
I don't think the motion was made.
Oh, I thought you were making the motion.
No, I'm asking for it.
Oh, so moved.
Second.
Okay. So I want to kick it off for discussion. I mean, I'm going to start, and I'm sure I'll have more to say later. I think that I agree with Superintendent Sawyer. I think that is the way to go. I don't see how we can mandate masks at this time. I'm personally not moved by the arguments about personal freedoms and don't tell me to wear a mask. I think that at times we have to do that with things we saw that last year. We may see that again. That's not what this is about. I think what this is about is getting back to understanding an acceptable level of risk assessment and what is safe and what's in the best interest for the children. And I personally just don't see anything at this time that makes me believe that what the state is telling us we should do is inaccurate. So I certainly would be inclined to support that. I would be very disappointed if the committee, if we decided tonight to mandate masks for everyone. Mr. Geddes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a number of questions for the administration, but I wanted to go back to something Superintendent Sawyer just mentioned before I get to my other questions. The city's health department. I'm hoping you might be, and I'm going to preface this with, it's going to sound like a very confusing question, and I apologize in advance for that. But what was the context of the health department's recommendation? Was it a matter of what are your thoughts on the DESE? What are your thoughts on the DESE guidance, or was it a should we or should we not be mandating masks? Because I think the questions, two different questions could provide two different answers. So I don't know if that makes sense, and if it does.
Yeah, so the primary question is, given the trend in the cases in the city, should the city be requiring masks in the spaces that it has, that can say, and that includes our buildings as well. I mean, that's sort of the bigger question about that. And then how does the health department, how does the health department feel about the guidance from the state? And the answers I got were that at this time there isn't compelling reason to enact a mandate in the city, and that there's a shared frustration that the state has abdicated its responsibility to the local level, and I know that some people feel that that's a good thing, but from the health department's perspective, the superintendent's perspective, I think that it's an unfair dodge, and that as much as that's the case, given that that is the guidance, that there's not a compelling reason not to follow it, right? There is grave concern that things are going to get worse before they get better, and there is definitely a level at which more precautions should be taken. I think those things are recognized both by the administration and by the health department, as I understand their position. And again, I do not speak for them, and I don't mean to convey their thoughts. And by the way, they have said that they are available to work with the committee if there's something that I can help to facilitate in terms of taking an action that is supportive of the will of the committee. So they are here to support us, and they respect your authority over the schools. But I gave them the chance to tell me, you guys have to do a mask mandate, and that was not the answer I got.
Thank you. And then I just want to confirm some of the other things that were discussed. So to Mr. Storrs' question earlier, spacing is going to be as much as possible, but there's no space requirement.
There's no
in any of the
requirement.
classrooms.
Correct.
And then from a facilities standpoint, we know bus windows are still required to be open, but air exchanges, ventilation, excess cleaning, all of that will still be in place just as it was last year, correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
None of that's changing. And again, the messaging we get from the state is that that's the most important from their perspective.
More important than masking, or the cleaning and ventilation?
I'm interpreting here, but
Okay.
given the guidance they delivered to us, it seems to me like it's more important to them.
Thank you.
Mr. Larson?
I'll defer.
Okay, Mr. Storrs?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we know that the data says that the best thing that can be done for children to keep children safe in this pandemic is for adults to get vaccinated.
Correct.
We know that Massachusetts is fortunate where we rank in the top 5 of states in terms of adult vaccination, and we have the lowest rates of vaccine hesitancy in the country, which is a really good thing and a very important thing. And that's why over the last few months I've been able to walk into Home Depot without wearing a mask, is because we have gotten to that point and children are safer because of it. With that in mind, can you let us know what the percentage of staff that are fully vaccinated?
We will be able to give an exact number later in the coming weeks, because we are going to ask, because we need to know that for our own policy purposes. So when based on the protocols, we handle people who are vaccinated differently than people who aren't vaccinated. So for us we're not going to take people's word for it. We need that information. So we are going to know definitively, but based on the information that we have available to us, which is largely self-reporting, anecdotal, we believe that our vaccination rate is higher than the state's.
So, I mean, to press it a little bit, I've heard upwards of 80%, and I mean, the state is 60 or whatever,
Yeah.
So I just wanted to verify.
I was really padding my
yeah.
chances to be right there.
Right. So, right, and I appreciate that, but I mean, 80% is probably a rough possibility expectation. That's a rough.
I would be surprised if it's under 80.
Thank you. That's perfect.
Mr. Domenici?
So I have a lot of comments, but I'd like to defer that part till later, because as we deliberate, I just have a quick question, and that is, how many students are we going to have back in school this year versus how many we will be educating remotely? Do we have that number? We're only offering the virtual high school.
Yeah.
And there may be some kids K through 8 that might need to be remote for health reasons. So do we know what the numbers are this year?
So the number of students in the AVA is around 60. So that's total 60 students, and then the number of students who qualify under the medical exemption is?
Right now, there's one that we definitely have, and we're still in the process of meeting with families.
So we have around 6,000 students, so we're looking at 99% of our students back in the schools to start the year. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Sawyer?
Well, first I want to say that I work in healthcare, not patient-related, but this is the mask that my work has provided me. So if they deem it safe, then I deem it safe. I only work in the office one day a week, and they make it mandatory for us to wear this. And I feel that seeing the information every day about COVID and cases and children, if my work says I have to wear a mask, then I feel like the students should wear a mask. I feel like we can't leave it up to the teachers to police it. We should just say up front, masks, maybe for the first 3-4 months. But it's like over the summer, we've had softball tournaments, we've had things happening in the community, and now we're seeing the spike go up. And what's going to happen when we get our 6,000 or so students back in? I mean, some of them are going to come to the bus stop with no mask. They're going to lose it during the day. Who's going to give them another one to get the bus ride home? It's just too many things, let alone putting our teachers at risk. You know, the administrative staff, I just feel like the simplest thing is to just make it mandatory for everyone. And I know you're not going to make everyone happy, but it comes down to what's best for the children. That's why we're here. What's best for the kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. So I have a lot of comments that I'm going to hold off on right now while we gather some more facts. So I have a question about the logistics of the lunch period. And about social distancing. They kind of go together. So, and again, I know we already discussed this, but we know that the 6-foot distance is not a requirement anymore, which is certainly frustrating because we know that this is a respiratory virus, that the aerosol distance is 6 feet, which is why 6 feet was mandated recommended before for distancing. Starting with distancing, what is the average distance going to be? Is it going to be less than 3 feet, around 3 feet? I know it's going to be different for different classrooms.
In classrooms?
Yeah.
I think the average distance will be above 3 feet.
You think it will be?
Yes.
Okay. All
now,
right.
there will be classrooms in the district which it's, about 3 feet. But, we were able to do 3 feet with everybody back in the spring. So there's no reason to believe that other than, very rare circumstances that, would be hard to even imagine and explain in this moment, that, students will be at a minimum of 3 feet, and in a lot of cases, they'll be greater than 3 feet.
Okay. So
and by the way, 3 feet is the quarantine, the close contact, the contact tracing number that we'll be using under the new protocols.
Okay, thank you. That's good to know. Regarding lunch obviously will be unmasked. What is the distancing that we're going to be able to maintain during the lunch periods, and what are the general logistics as you see that going forward?
Yeah, so again, no requirements for distancing. So I think you'll see us providing as much distance as we can, because again, we want to provide that extra layer. There's no harm in doing it where it's available. But lunches are going to return to something close to what we saw before. So imagine a lunchroom from pre-pandemic, and that's basically what you're going to be seeing this school year.
So we're going to see tables. We're not going to see the individual desks again. Are we going to? Is there a plan in place to limit the number of students per table, or do we need to have the tables filled?
Yeah. So to get all the kids in for lunch, you're going to see full tables, but we certainly will be more vigilant in places where, in some, especially at the high school, right? Like kids will crowd one table, and then you'll see another table with only 2 kids at it, right? So there'll be efforts to spread kids out maximally in the space during the time that many kids are there. Mm-hmm. But we're not going to have the opportunity to have like say lunch in the gym or wherever, some of the things that we were doing last year, that is not part of the plan.
Okay. And the lunch period is 20 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, students get a 20-minute lunch, and if conducted properly, there's passing time on either side. So the amount of time out of class is greater than 20 minutes, but they're supposed to get a 20-minute lunch break in which they're in the cafeteria.
Okay. I have some more comments, but I'll hold on to them for now. Thank you.
Mr. Storrs?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So some of the studies I was reading in some of the papers, it talks about other risks, and that's something that I think has been missing from the discussion right now. So it's all about focus solely on the pandemic and the COVID and what this could do. But it doesn't, just like last year, a year ago, when we were talking about whether we should be hybrid or fully remote, I like to try to show up with looking at the bigger picture. So that's why I was talking suicide rates and child abuse rates and nutrition issues and all those other things that we were missing from that big picture. Same thing here is there are other things when you put a mask on a child or a mask on teachers in front of children. There are things that are lost in an educational environment. According to some studies, they talked about there's physical issues that some doctors have concerns about, especially with the straps around the ears, speech development issues, lack of facial cues, social skill impairment, etc. So these are the kind of things that I think we need to take into account beyond the very low percentage of children's being harmed by COVID. So my question, really that's a statement, but generally also, what can we do if we went to full mask mandate to help with those kind of things? Because I can't see a way to mitigate that.
Yeah, I don't think there are too many people who would argue that wearing masks, both for students and faculty, is an impediment to us doing our best work. I think that that's hard to argue. It's an impediment. That said, it's a small price to pay if that's the difference between being safe and creating a condition in which we are contributing to the transmission of the disease.
Agreed.
The question that I'm not so confident as other people seem to be, is whether or not with a vaccination rate like we have here in Massachusetts, with people who are willing to do what we're asking them to do, which is to wear a mask, how many people who are unmasked becomes a problem. And I don't know the answer to that.
And I agree with you that we have to weigh these things over what's the level where we would need to go to this level of prevention. Because there's definitely a point where, in the community, where we've stopped wearing masks, and there's definitely a point, if it's going like it is right now, where we would have to turn that back on. So we need to determine, if we're going to, we need to determine where that point is. And that hasn't been part of the discussion.
So again, we went through this last year too. Yep. There's going to be virus in the schools. Mm-hmm. There's no keeping it out. We had hundreds of cases last year, over the course of the year, right? People are going to get sick, and some of them are going to come to school before they realize they're sick. There's no, if we think that that we have to prevent that from happening, we have to shut down the operation because it's just not possible. So the question is, when that happens, are the people who are there safe or not, right? And we had tremendous success last year in keeping people safe under those conditions. Now, I understand that there are a lot of people who are saying, all right, so then why don't we stick to what we did last year? And I think that that's an understandable point. We had a recipe for success. Why are we deviating from that? I don't have a good answer for that, other than I'm not the person who's qualified to decide, based on the data that's available, what's required and what's the right balance in terms of trying to create things as normal as possible while keeping everybody safe. All I'm saying is that the people who do that are saying that this is the appropriate level, and I have no evidence to doubt them or to tell them that. Well, I mean, I have doubts. I have doubts about everything. I have no reason to think that I know better than them, and I want to be very clear. I know that there are people watching at home, and if you don't like a mask mandate, you're glad to hear that I'm saying follow the guidance. And if you do want a mask mandate, you feel like I'm putting your child at risk. But, to make things even more complicated, I will change on a dime if there is a reason to, right? If the state changes its opinion, if the city sees it differently based on rising case levels in the city, if we have even the slightest bit of evidence that our very safe conditions that we established last year are threatened by what the state has told us we can do, right? If there's any reason to believe any of that, and for that to be the case, is that we would see in-school transmission. We did not see in-school transmission. I think we should expect the school department to deliver a learning environment that's free of that. We did that last year. We have to do that again. And if there's anything to reason to believe that any aspect of what we have to do gets in the way of that, then we have to immediately pivot and make changes to get us to a place where that could happen. Because we want kids to be in school. If people feel like they're going to catch the virus in school, they're not going to come.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to hold off on my comments, but Mr. Sawyer touched on the main point of my stance on this, and so I want to use this as an opportunity to express those. It's less about whether or not there is illness in the school. It's more about whether or not illness is contracted within the schools. To his point, we had a recipe that worked last year, like he just said. And I think back to where we were a year ago and the decision we had in August, where it was not about whether or not students and staff and guests should have to wear masks. It was about whether or not we were even going to be in the buildings. It was about whether or not we were going to have co-curricular activities. It was a much more restrictive, the choices were much more restrictive than what we're dealing with now. Delta is proving to be more impactful on younger patients. It is proving to be much more contagious. Our community numbers, statewide vaccination, were great compared to the rest of the nation. Community-wise, here in Attleboro, we're not doing as well as the rest of the state. And I wish we could, and our case numbers per 100,000 are already at a point this year. We didn't get to this point until November of last year, which was the peak of the start of cold and flu season. I wish there was a fully FDA-approved vaccine, and I wish there was a vaccine available for younger students, which would solve a lot of these issues and make me more confident in us not requiring masks at this time. But in the absence of those, I feel like in addition to the steps that the district is already planning to carry over for next year, I think masks are just an added level of precaution against the transmission. So while I support the federal mandates, I don't think at this time that I could support DESI's guidance. So I'll conclude my comments there.
The only thing I would say in response to your comments, Mr. Geddes, is that while numbers in children have gone up with the Delta variant as adults have been vaccinated, the percentage of cases that are serious or require hospitalization among children are beyond minuscule. So we're not talking about, we haven't seen the Delta variant cause a major health crisis for our children, like COVID did for the elderly and a lot of adults last year. So I don't think it's quite the same thing. Mr. Storrs?
I'm glad you brought up that point because for the most part, this decision has to do with children. Sure, the adults are affected, but as we already talked about, upwards of 80% of our staff are vaccinated. They have a level of protection, and I would assume for the most part, the other 20%, that's a decision that they've made for whatever reason. But we're talking about children here, and we do know that this seems to harm that at a much lesser rate, as you were just indicating. The one thing I think that it's hard for me is that whenever we look at the data that you provide on Fridays, which is great, and we've been doing this all along, it's just based on cases, not differentiated between adults and children. It's just per 100,000 X amount of cases. my point is that we should be making a decision of this nature based on how this is impacting children. How many hospitalizations for children are there, and is that something that we could actually start tracking?
We can. Well, I'm not sure about hospitalization. Forgive me. I should have relayed that the health department did express that they are seeing an increase in the number of children, and that currently about 25% of the cases in Attleboro are under 18.
Mr. Hill? Yep.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Superintendent Sawyer. I'm asking this in all seriousness as, what is it actually, what does it mean to be following the guidance? I guess, it's guidance, right? And if we had a speed limit on a highway that was guidance, what would that mean practically speaking? And that's where my brain goes when I hear about guidance and a recommended thing and how this actually plays out. Like just to go to the extreme, if 10% of the population showed up with masks, and the 90% is that following the guidance? And I guess how does that play out? And I know I take you at face value. I've known you for a long time, and I trust you that you're going to try to encourage people to wear masks. And it sounds like the goal is to try to get as many people as possible to wear masks. So I guess I just want, what does it mean to be following the guidance?
I'll try to think of how to say it without just saying there's guidance and we need to follow it. What I mean by it is that it sets out what they are recommending as an appropriate course of action, and that we should have a compelling reason to stray from that, especially considering it's related to matters that really aren't normally under our purview. So they're telling us that in consultation with their experts, which are among the best in the world, I'd like to remind us all, and they kept us safe with their guidance last year. And by the way, the state has not always aligned with the CDC, right? The state has all along, set its own course based on what its experts are telling them is the right way to handle it. And so following the guidance is saying, okay, do we have reasons to say that we know better than the experts and do something different from that? And again, if the situation in Attleboro becomes deteriorates and becomes more problematic for us, then I still think we're following the guidance to take additional steps because, as you say, it's guidance, and we have that authority. Both the city health department has that authority, and the school committee has that authority. And so when any one group feels like that's what's required, then that's what should happen. And we're having this debate because I think a lot of us feel very, very torn by this issue, and it's a fair debate to have, right? Are we at that point now? And again, I would argue that nobody really knows, and that one group is going to be vindicated and another group is going to be, proven to have not had it quite right. I mean, that's how it works out. But we have to make decisions without knowing how it's all going to play out ahead of time. And so, I think it's natural that some people say, well, let's not take any chances of any kind. Let's do the safest thing that we can imagine. And that's I think that's a valid approach to it. But, in trying to find that balance that I was talking about, my perspective is that people who know more about this stuff than I do are saying this is the proper place, this is the proper balance, and that I don't have a reason to say that they don't know what they're talking about.
So let me see if you're saying basically we should have a compelling reason not to follow their guidance. So when the state says people who are unvaccinated should be wearing masks, we should have a compelling reason not to say that. That's what you interpret the following the guidance to mean.
I think that's what I mean, yes.
Okay.
Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, and this is piggybacking on a lot of previous comments and discussion. When we talk about the virus and the infection rate, and the fact that variants are generally less strong than the original virus, while that's true for some viruses, we're seeing that it's not true for all viruses. We're seeing that with the Delta variant, the R0, or the rate of infection for the Delta variant, is higher than it is for the original COVID-19. I've seen reports that is as high as the replication or the infection rate for measles. So if this gets into our community, there's the opportunity for it to spread very, very quickly. If we look at the average daily cases per 100,000 for the last 6 weeks, we see that rate has almost doubled every week. If we look at the last 3, we were at 2.6, up to 6.8. Now we're up to 14 per 100,000. And that's with general activities outside unmasked. And being outside, your risk is generally lower. It's when you're inside and you're able to capture that virus load in a more confined space. Now, the ventilation systems we have are great. That is one layer of protection. Obviously, vaccinations are another layer of protection. The masks are a third layer of protection, something that we have in our control. I find it worrisome of the quick rate that these average daily cases are increasing before school even starts and before we have large numbers of people in these confined spaces. So it's, while I understand that the state is strongly recommending, we have these children on buses that are required to wear the mask. So I just find it hard to wrap my head around why we would not want to require masks for all levels in the district. This is something we can, if we find the rate of infection is going down, then this is something we can absolutely rescind. But I would find it worrisome to start the school year without a mask requirement.
I'm a little bit surprised on why, we would seem to want to be taking what seems to me an overly reactionary response when for the past year and a half we, despite, similar calls to be reactionary at times, we kept a very level-headed response and proved, one, that we could keep our students safe, and two, that we could call meetings quickly and change policies on a dime if the situation at hand indicated that was necessary. There was a lot of people last year who thought that we should not start school with kids in the building because they thought it would be unsafe. And it was a similar meeting to this. Not as many people participating from the public because they couldn't, but similar dialogue, similar disagreement. And in the end, the committee took a decision following the state guidance and with a commitment to continue to review the data and change our position as the situation warranted it. And I think that last year bore us out as correct. I think we were very successful. And so I'm just really do not understand the desire at this time when adults can now be vaccinated. A large percentage of them are vaccinated. 80% of our staff at least is vaccinated. To now be taking a measure that the state is saying isn't required to keep our kids safe, that we know will have detrimental impact on them. While there may be disagreement as to the level of detrimental impact, anyone who says there is none or that it's minimal is not to be taken seriously in my mind. So it's just I can't wrap my brain around why we as a committee would institute a mask mandate at this point after what we've done for the past year and how it proved to be successful. Mr. Storrs?
Respond.
Sorry, all right, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So, yeah, no, I definitely appreciate your comments. I think they have merit. I think this is a matter of being proactive rather than reactive. We can always, like you said, we can change on a dime, and we could always rescind the requirement. But if somebody becomes seriously ill, we can't go back and change that.
Okay, Mr. Storrs?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, first of all, I want to say that I very much respect parental decisions in these types of things. In a lot of ways, I feel that many school decisions should be parental involvement, parental decisions. I almost believe in an opt-out rather than an opt-in, an opt-in rather than an opt. Am I saying it right? Effectively, not what we're doing. What we do right now is we effectively say, this is what we're doing, kind of thing, and I'd rather do it the opposite. I'd rather do an opt-in than an opt-out, but that's kind of beyond what I'm talking about right here. But I very much believe in parental decisions, especially in something like this. Look, we know that this disease affects children at a much lesser rate than it does adults. Anybody who doesn't understand that is not reading, not looking into the science, not making their decisions based on the data. I understand the graphs, and I just talked to that a minute ago. We're looking at per 100,000. How many people live in the city? 45,000. So those numbers are not based on our city size. It's effectively doubled and a half. So whenever we hear those numbers, whenever we see those numbers, it's double and a half of what's really happening in the city. Is that a fair statement? Being that we are a 45,000 city population and not 100,000?
14 for Attleboro is really less than 7.
Thank you. And that's important because a lot of people miss that. But again, my whole point that I talked about before is this decision shouldn't be based on total population. It should be based on children. What's happening with the children? And that's something we need to track better. That's something that we need to actually start differentiating, per cases per 100,000, which includes all adults, which includes all elderly assisted facilities, and I have insight that once it gets into a facility of that nature, there is very often an outbreak. We need to look at this from the point of view of children and how children are being affected and make our decisions. To just make this decision, let's just do this without having a basis to do it. That's where our discussion should be. At what level does this get turned on, and what level does this get turned off? If we're just going to make this decision just in case, well, from what I'm reading and the stuff I'm seeing, we're not going to have a youth vaccine until minimum a year from now. If not, it's very possible they're saying that it won't even meet the requirements of emergency use, so we might not even have it next year. Are we going to do this for the next year, 2 years, 3 years? Keep kids in masks? So it needs to be data-driven, and that data needs to be based on what is happening to children, not based on total numbers including adults, because we know there's a difference between children and adults. And
it needs to be based on what's happening to children and how severe the cases are.
Yes.
I think we need to, at this point, as we try to pivot to a situation where we get back to some level of normal, I'll acknowledge that this is a virus that will continue to mutate and will be with us probably forever. We're not going to live in a world without COVID, and so we need to get to a point where we're vaccinated and the impact of COVID is minimal. And maybe you believe we're not there yet, and I can, if that's the case, then I can certainly respect that. But I think we are. Perhaps you don't, but that's what we're talking about. And if we're not seeing evidence of significant illness among children, this illness is not going away as something that kids are going to catch. All right, so we're going to do one more time around for everyone who wants to talk, because everyone's spoken many times, and then we'll take a vote. So, Mr. Geddes, this is your last go, and then we'll go around.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I going back to your comments, I agree and I disagree with you. I was going to say the same thing that Ms. Johnson said, that I don't view this as a reactionary stance. I review it more as a precautionary or proactive stance. That it's an effort to prevent transmission rather than waiting for transmission and then trying to prevent. In that case, I do agree it would be reactionary. But I do agree that this is something that we can continue to review, and we can pull back if we feel comfortable doing so. I don't want to minimize the numbers per 100,000 because yes, that's about 7, but that's about 7 new cases diagnosed per day on average over the last 2 weeks. And as we learned last year, when we see a spike in 1 week, the anticipation is a similar spike is coming the following week because we saw a significant increase. So, for example, the week ending August 13th saw an average number of diagnosed cases so high that it doubled the average from the previous 2 weeks. So, as we saw last year, the week ending August 20th is probably going to be even higher, just because any numbers on top of what was already a higher average daily caseload is going to pull that average up higher. And because, as some folks mentioned earlier tonight, because long-term effects are still being determined and how it impacts patients in general, adults and children, long-term, that's still being figured out. So I'm not looking at it as it's not as severe in younger children. I'm looking at it as younger children are getting it more frequently, as our health department acknowledged, and we still have the unknown of what those long-term effects are. Is the death rate as high for a child under 12 compared to an adult with comorbidities or even an adult without comorbidities? No, those are not similar death rates. But we still don't know a lot about the long-term effects, and I'd rather prevent the long-term effects in any other situation. The masks will at least minimize the transmission and be an added layer of protection for all students, not just the ones wearing masks and not just the ones whose parents are choosing. Part of my struggle with how I was going to vote was related to parental choice. It was related. We heard a few parents tonight talk about knowing what's in the best interest of their children, and I can appreciate that stance to an extent. But I think the more masks we have in the building, the less likely we are to have transmission within the buildings. And that concludes my comment. Thank you.
Anybody else have any more comments to make before a vote? Mr. Larson?
Thank you.
Yeah.
I guess I'd like to just step back a couple seconds here, and I'm going to do something maybe I shouldn't do, but I'd like to tell the community that no matter what they think of whatever decision we make later on, everybody around this table, including the administrators, and I think I can speak for all of my fellow members, we do care about every kid in the Attleboro School District.
Thank you.
And we care about their safety. We also care about every parent's right to make decisions for their own children. And whether that's to wear a mask, not to wear a mask, we're being asked to be doctors. We're not. It's not a medical degree around this table. We're being asked to be psychiatrists. We haven't got one of those either. So what we have left is recommendations of people in the health department and in the state and from the other people that we've talked to and listened to and that we all respect. And I think the motion that is in front of us is a good place to start. We're going to continue, as the administration said, we're going to continue to test. The numbers are going to tell us a story, no different than what they did last year. We had very, very, very little in-school transmission of the disease. That was fantastic. And as long as we can stay vigilant and we can do some of the things that we have been doing, and I think the spacing is important, the airflow is important. The masks on the smaller kids, I think, are good. I think the older kids, I think we can take the mask off the older kids, especially the ones that have been vaccinated. I can tell you at our company, our employees, if they want to take their masks off, have to show our HR manager their vaccination card. Otherwise, they keep a mask on. And, the state is basically saying the same thing. If you've been vaccinated, you can take your mask off. And I think ultimately parents have the right to decide what's in the best interest of their own children, because their children aren't old enough to make decisions on their own. And at this point, I would strongly recommend that we follow the guidance from the health department, we follow the guidance that we've received from the state, and that we're also going to, the community needs to understand, we're going to follow the numbers. We will make decisions quickly if we have to, and we'll continue to monitor them. We're going to continue testing, I believe, at least for the first 6 months of the school year. So we're going to know on a weekly basis how we're doing. And as we proved last year, if the numbers go someplace, we're going to take action. But I think we have to give the parents and the students the decision and go along with what the health department and what the state is telling us and start school with their guidance. And then we're going to see what happens. And we're going to monitor it. We're going to watch it. But I think everybody needs to know, and everybody that spoke this evening needs to know, that we're going to continue to watch what happens, and we do care about everyone in the district. A lot of you will disagree with whatever we come up with in the next 10 minutes, and a lot of you will agree. And that's just the position that we've been put into. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Mr. Domenici.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Larson, because a lot of what you said has really resonated, and I always appreciate that insight. So following your act is going to be a little tough, but I'll try to show brevity and get my comments out, because I did save them. I want to thank everybody for coming in and speaking on behalf and advocating for their kids. I think every parent should be doing that, and I respect everyone for doing that. Whether or not we are on the same wavelength with what we do and decide here, there's always that respect, and as Mr. Larson said, we're always going to try and look out and try to make the decisions we make in the best interest of all children. We talk a lot about stats. A lot have been thrown around tonight. I mean, there's a lot of communities larger than Attleboro with higher vaccination rates that are making decisions to go full in on masks. As far as Attleboro, and I think Mr. Geddes, you kind of pointed it out, I actually have the mass.gov numbers. We have a 55% overall vaccination rate within the city of Attleboro. And that puts us 270th out of 337 communities that are being tracked. We're in the bottom 20%. I'm vaccinated, 4/5 of my family, all eligible. My wife, my two oldest kids, we're vaccinated. A lot of people here are vaccinated. A lot of us are wearing masks despite that. And it's frustrating. It's frustrating for anybody who's taken those steps to get vaccinated and still be in this position where we may feel some restriction. And I can sympathize with that. I don't like wearing these any more than most people. I'll wear them as needed. I'll wear them when I feel that extra layer is in place, because I have had friends and family, even vaccinated, ended up getting COVID, and that's frustrating too, because basically the vaccine's intent is not to eradicate. This vaccine's intent is to minimize. So we have to understand that going in as well. And there are many organizations that are recommending wearing masks, and honestly, the World Health Organization is among them. They are saying children aged 5 years and under should not be required to wear masks, because I have it right here. And for children between ages 6 and 11, a risk-based approach should be applied, and there's a lot of conditions by which we make these decisions. And children and adolescents 12 years or older should follow the national mask guidelines for adults. So there are varying degrees. So to say that even the World Health Organization is not, mandating masks, there are some variations in here. And there are a lot of differences. So it's hard to figure out which area do we go to. I can go to this site and show this, and this site and show that. And people are trying their best to research and get educated and figure things out. And even with that, there are folks that are going to think that, some of the sources we use are questionable. So, we do what we can. I went to the health department today because I wanted to get a little more information. I wanted to try to be informed. I was hoping we would have somebody from the health department here today. I think that would be a little helpful. What I can say, and some of the numbers given to me by Jackie, we had 74 COVID cases in the month of July, and that was up from like less than 20 in June. And thus far, halfway through this month, 122 COVID cases. So already halfway through the month, we're almost double what we had last month, and we still have 2 weeks to go. And you are absolutely right, Superintendent. 25% of those cases are between the ages of 4 months and 18 years. And we're going to talk about the degree of magnitude of the severity of these illnesses, and I struggle with that because these are people's children. It could be my children, it could be anybody's child here, and I struggle with kind of drawing that line. And I know at some point, as you mentioned, there's a line between doing the safest thing and doing nothing and trying to find that middle ground. But that one kind of bugs me because we are talking about children. We really don't know yet, what the Delta variant will do or not do. What I was told today is that it is 3 times more transmissible, 3 times more what's the word I'm looking for here? You're 3 times more effective in getting it. You're 3 times more transmissible in like half the time. So, it might not be as potent as what we had seen before, but it still has its case. And as mentioned by, I think, Mr. Geddes, we're already at a much higher positivity rate and case per day than we were even a year ago at this time. So the numbers are starting to trend in a way we know. And we know that all the way through to like December and January, we hit a high watermark before we started coming down. So we know this is coming, right? I look at state's guidance, right? And we talked a lot tonight about the state's guidance. Last year, we largely followed the state's guidance. But last year, state's guidance was, though it came late and it was very frustrating, it was a lot more clearly defined as what those guidance are. We had numbers and rates and tables and red, yellow, and green statuses that we could really work through. And even with that, we also had a couple of times where we chose a different direction from the state's guidance based on what we thought was best. Back in October, the state's guidance recommended that we should go remote, and we voted the other way to keep schools open. And then back in December, we made a decision to go remote for 2 weeks after the holiday break. We up to almost 6, but we kept our word to get people back as quickly as possible, and I commend all of us for doing that. But that was against state's guidance because the guidance then said we should probably stay open. So the guidance is there, and we do have the flexibility at times to make a decision we think is in our best interest. And I struggle this year because the state's guidance says strongly recommended. And like Bob said, I mean, the speed limit strongly recommends we stay within the limit, but most of us are going to take a chance and shoot up a little higher whenever we can. So unless we have some clear definition of what we're actually voting on tonight, I struggle with what follow the state's guidance means. Because strongly recommended is saying we strongly recommend, kids under the age 12 should have to wear a mask. They don't have the protection of a vaccine. And that, kids that have the vaccine shouldn't have to wear masks. And that's a strong argument to make. And one, because people took the extra step to go and get as protected as we can currently be right now. So, I struggle with where we're, like, when we have this motion, what we're actually agreeing to. But our goal last year, as mentioned, was to have all our kids safely in school full time. That's what we want. We want the best education for our kids. We want all our kids in. And this year, we're going to have 99% of our students in the building, as we just found out. Right? We have 61 kids that are going to be remote by choice or by medical reason. Right? 99%, and that's fantastic. I think that's great because my 3 kids were AVA last year, and I got a high school student, a middle school student, and an elementary school, and they're all coming into the building. That's where they need to be, right? We made a decision last year, but that's where they need to be. So I'm excited that we're going to have 99% of our students in our buildings. Last year we had a lot of tools in the toolbox, right? So we had social distancing and, masks and ultimately pooling testing, and then a vaccine came out, and we also had DESE coming over the top to make decisions. And as we're going into our school year this year, social distancing, we'll do our best, but we're going to have more kids this time. So it might be a little bit more of a struggle. And pooling testing, I'm really encouraged by what I saw tonight. Like, that is a huge increase in what we're going to be able to do. And I really hope that we can get beyond what we had last year, which was under 50% participation. And some groups strongly advising families not to take part in it because they were concerned about extracurricular activities. So I'm hoping this alleviates a lot of that, right? But it's not required. It's still, you have to opt in. And to your point, Mr. Soares, there are decisions that we should leave to parents to make that choice, and I agree with that. The vaccine came out right as we were getting ready to go back in school full-time for ages 16 and up. So there was an opportunity there. But it's not fully approved. It's not anything that can be mandated right now. Certainly not anything I think this governing body should be choosing to do, right? But if we're looking at the list of like the safest thing to do, getting everybody vaccinated probably is that. And DESE, of course, came in with a hard decision to say we need kids back in the schools. Like, again, our goal here is to try to educate our kids, keep our kids safe. And last year we struggled with some of the education point because we really focused a lot on the health, wealth, and social, emotional well-being. A lot of the other things that Mr. Storrs brought up earlier, that really weighs on all of us on some degree. Some of us may rank them slightly different, but they're all important, right? And a lot of that had to do with kids not being in the building. Well, they're going to be in the building this year. So, like, hopefully that we're able to, like, mitigate a lot of those challenges. Because I don't know that a lot of those issues were necessarily related to wearing a mask versus more of being remote, being isolated, not being among their peers, not being in front of their teachers, not being in a safe environment. So we're trying to get that down. So, what it comes down to is the masks, right? Because we have those. And like we heard all last year how well our protocols worked. And like the constant throughout the whole year was the wearing of masks. We know it works. I mean, the last school year was less than 2 months ago. So it's not that far away. And we do only have about 61 kids that are remote. We do not have a full AVA for K through 12. We do have a lot of kids who are immunocompromised, and they really have no option to attend schools remotely. Maybe some of them could qualify medically, but maybe some of them can't. So they're going to be in these buildings. And the thing that I get to, right, and in where I'm going to sum up and finish is that, are we comfortable with the idea of having the potential of unvaccinated, untested, unmasked children and staff in our school buildings? Because we didn't have that. There wasn't that ratio. That wasn't happening last year. There, at some points, there was at least a mask. We can't educate in an unsafe environment, and I don't know that we can do the safest thing possible, right? We have to find that middle ground. You said that yourself, Dave. But clearly we can do something in between. And so I guess my point, Chairman and everybody, is like, I really need to understand exactly what we're voting on here. Are we requiring that certain segments of our children have to wear masks, and others, because they've taken the extra step to get vaccinated, have not? Because I can go along with that. That makes sense to me. But if we leave the door open for there to be no coverage at all, mask, testing, vaccine, any of that, then I have a concern, because I think we are going to breach our protocols that we've worked really hard to put in place and keep people safe. So those are my comments.
The motion on the floor that hopefully we'll be voting on in a minute is that, again, buses and nurses mandated, nurses' office mandated. Vaccinated students can be unmasked, and we strongly recommend grade 6 and under wear a mask.
That's my problem. What's strongly recommend?
That's the state guidance. That's the motion on the table.
Can we?
We can enforce it. We strongly recommend if it's the parent's choice, with a clear statement from the administration and from the schools that, in our opinion, if your kids are in 6th grade or under and not vaccinated, they should be wearing a mask. But we're not going to force your hand. That is the motion on the table that we're going to vote on.
And while there's a lot of points in that motion that I think make a lot of sense to do, I think we have a hole in our motion, and I think that's giving me a problem with being able to support it.
But if I could just to verify, as we did last year, if things start going in the wrong direction, worse than they already are, much worse than they already are, we can come back like that and fix it.
I know we have that tool in the toolbox.
I just wanted to throw that out there, because that's important. That's a very important tool.
We gave Dave a lot of authority as superintendent. He could shut a school down if he thinks that it's, feasible. He did last year when we needed to, right? Before we had vaccines, we had no, we shut Brennan down for a couple of days. We didn't have enough staff. I guess I do have one quick follow-up question. Like, what is our mitigation strategy this year for, quarantines and COVIDs and people being out? Because there's really not a big remote option anymore. Everybody's going to be in the building now. So how that's a challenge I have with, if we decide to go this route and our committee says at this time, okay, we strongly recommend, but we're not gonna enforce masks on any level, even the unvaccinated. What's our mitigation strategy for, when we start seeing spikes? Are we gonna react fast enough? Is my point. I don't want to have a case where, like some other states, where hundreds of people were out and then they shut in schools down within the first couple of weeks because we didn't take the right approach.
Yeah, I mean, I think we proved last year that we'll meet quickly if we need to. I mean, I think we just have a years of evidence that, that's not something we would, let go by. We get daily updates or weekly updates on numbers in the schools, and if there's, a spike in a certain school a certain day, I hear from the superintendent and we call an emergency meeting, and if we don't have time for an emergency meeting, the superintendent uses the power we gave him to say, we're shutting down Brennan, or Brennan, you're wearing masks, and let's get the school committee in here and reconsider. I think that's what we did last year, and it's proven to be effective.
I guess my challenge is that the health department here in Attleboro and in DESE have not always been aligned, and there were instances last year where the health department would recommend we go one way, but we said, nope, state's guidance tells us the other. So now we're saying, well, state's guidance is to strongly recommend, but the health department is saying, we don't need to do it at this time. I just hope that if we make a decision that leaves a hole in our protocols, that we are as quick as possible to mitigate that. Mm-hmm. Because I don't think any child should be at risk when we don't exactly know what we're dealing with. Because as you said, Mr. Larson, I don't have an MD, and I don't know that any of us do. I don't want to insult anybody's intelligence, but we're not doctors. And you're right, we're not psychologists. We're just trying to do the best we can. So hopefully that's the outcome tonight.
But I think we've proven that we can.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion that we endorse the federal mandated guidance from the state that masks be required on buses and in nurses' offices. I was going to say. Okay.
All right. Any discussion? Mr. Geddes?
Obviously, this doesn't answer all of the questions and cover all of the guidance that people have questions about, but I think voting on this separately will at least clear the way for us to discuss the other potential mandates separately.
I'll second that.
And if I could also ask a procedural question, should a policy be voted upon tonight, we're voting to adopt a policy, which would, if I'm not mistaken, trigger a special meeting of our Policy and Personnel Subcommittee to develop a policy to bring forward to the full committee, or am I correct? Okay.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, well, if you worded it as a policy, yes, but if we're just the way that the last motion was endorsing the state's guidance, which wasn't going to require a new policy.
In this case, we're just
endorsing
law.
the federal law, so it's not going to require a policy. Depending on how potential future motions are worded, that is a possibility.
Thank you.
All right. So we have a motion on the floor that's been seconded to endorse the federal mandate requiring buses masking on buses and in the nurses' offices. Mr. Hill.
Yes.
Ms. Sawyer.
Yes.
Ms. Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. Geddes.
Yes.
Mr. Withers, yes. Mr. Larson.
Yes.
Mr. Storrs.
Yes.
Ms. Porto.
Yes.
Mr. Domenici.
Yes.
Does anyone have another motion they'd like to make? Mr. Geddes.
I'll take a crack at another one. I will make a motion for masks to be required for all students, staff, and guests inside the buildings at the elementary school level.
Before that second, if I could.
So moved.
But I made the motion.
I said before that's seconded.
Okay.
If I could.
Yeah.
So, are we saying is your motion all students? We're not going to take into account anything, and obviously that can't be done throughout the entire day because they can't eat and things like that. So there has to be more mitigation regarding this type of discussion and this type of motion.
So I'll amend the motion to say that masks be required for all students, staff, and guests in buildings at the elementary school level, except for lunches, snack breaks, and similar to last year, designated mask break times in designated areas of the building.
Outside. What about outside?
I said the motion includes in the building.
In the building. Thank you. I just wanted to verify.
All right.
If I may,
yeah.
you just might want to include that under the guidance, currently under the guidance last year, there are certain students who meet requirements that are excluded from that.
So amended.
Thank you.
All right.
And I'll connect with Judy about actual wording on this.
Yeah, there's language that I don't have in front of me that we can use.
Do we have a motion?
You have a motion. It had not
Do you
yet
have
been
a second?
seconded.
Second.
Any discussion?
I have a question. Now that we've kind of split out, yeah. Now that we've split out like the federal endorsed versus like state guidance, is it feasible from a procedural standpoint that there could be another motion to recommend the state's guidance piece separately? Because we tried to do it all at once.
We can have as many motions as we can.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get into because I'm just, for me, again, I feel like there's a loophole.
Yeah.
Like I'm not opposed to if a child has been vaccinated, that they can, go mask free. They've done the work, like they've done that extra step. That's a lot of companies do that too. My company's the same. You can go in vaccinated. So I don't have that concern. The concern I have is when you can't get vaccinated or at certain levels. Like the guidance is strongly recommend, and I get stuck on that because we're not enforcing. So, are we going to have a motion to enforce? And it seems like we've started one.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna be here until we have motions that cover all the levels. This is a short answer.
All right.
Whether the motion is one that you vote for or against, or I vote for or against, I don't know. But we're going to have motion. We're not leaving until we approve a motion on each level, so we can say we've covered our schools.
Right. My question was more about, we tried to do like a big chunk with like 5 parts, and it failed 5-4. But if we now broke out one separate part,
yeah,
and voted on that, so it's not double jeopardy here if we tried to put a motion in place to talk about the other. Okay, I just want to make sure of that, because
Yep.
there's, like I said, there was a lot about the motion that I liked. I have that one concern about a group of people that I think we're leaving the door open for.
We can't make the exact same motion, but we can make motions that contain that part.
Okay.
Contain part of that motion.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Storrs?
So to speak to that motion, so I guess part of my concern is, I don't want to say hypocrisy of it, but it's we are going to require a mask, but if they're eating lunch right next to each other, it's okay. You don't need masks. Why is that acceptable while other times it's not? Now,
It makes no sense. I mean, it makes no sense because
my
they said
point.
you can do
Just
it.
like with
That's
the
what-
airplanes right now, right? If I go on an airplane, but I bought myself a nice big bag of pretzels on the way, I can sit there for the entire flight eating my pretzels without a mask on, according to the rules. But the moment I run out of pretzels, I better put that mask back on, because somehow or another, COVID knows that I was eating, so I can't get it. But now that I'm not eating, I can get it. So what I'm trying to get at is, it seems to me it's more about distancing, just like we had that discussion with the buses earlier. That's a logical concept, is if the kids can't be distanced, then masks make a lot of sense. If the kids can be distanced at least to a certain level, which we believe can be done, especially in the classroom environment where this matters the most for developmental purposes, it seems like masks might not be as needed. Now, transition times, when they're going in the hallways and they're next to each other, I could get it. I could totally support the need for transition periods to be wearing a mask, because that would be the times when they are closest and they are more apt to be exposed. But when they're in the classrooms and we can kind of control that to a certain level, maybe we should be more data driven and not just make a blanket statement. That's my biggest concern about this motion. It's all masks, period. Not all masks because we've hit a certain level, and if we go below a level, then we'll get rid of the mask. It's just a blanket statement, and that's my worry about this.
Yeah, Mr. Geddes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think my response to that is, we're talking about a 6.5, 7-hour day that our students are in school. Hovering 6 to 6.5 hours of that with masks drastically reduces the chance of transmission compared to full 6.5 or 7 hours without masks. So I think I don't think it's a matter of COVID knows what time it is, and so it needs to come out and play in everybody's mouths and noses. I think it's a matter of minimizing it as much as possible. And while distancing and airflow are critical, I think it's a confluence of factors, not just each of them individually. So if having all of these factors reduces transmission by 99.9%, but taking masks out only reduces the other confluence of factors, reduces transmission by 75% or by 80%. I would much rather go with the higher rate. And having masks on 4 times when students need to be eating, need to be drinking, need to be taking mask breaks, allows for those breaks, allows for eating and drinking. But at all other times, again, we need to be doing our best to prevent transmission. Thank you.
Mr. Larson.
Can I ask Mr. Geddes a question?
Yep.
Respectfully, Mr. Geddes, what would it, if this motion passed, what would it take for you to vote against it in the future?
Good question.
Otherwise, we're putting it in place forever. I'm curious. I mean, I'm not mean to be disrespectful. I know it sounds disrespectful. That's not my point.
No, I did not take it disrespectfully or combatively, but thank you. I don't think it's a forever motion, as Mr. Storrs and Mr. Withers have pointed out. At any point, we can revisit as a committee to update it. I think for me personally, if there is ever a point where evidence shows that masks are, if there's ever evidence that masks are not contributing to limiting transmission of the virus, if we get to a point where vaccinations are more readily available, readily accessible, and fully approved, if we get to a point where community transmission has drastically decreased from where it is now, and we have reason to believe that it will remain exceptionally low, I would say some combination. I'm not saying every single one of those requirements would need to be met, but for me personally, I would need to see at least a good number of those conditions in place before I was comfortable removing a mandate.
Follow up.
Can I ask one more follow up? There's part of this motion that I can get behind, and I can kind of see how the night's going. So respectfully, can we amend your motion to put a 3-month timetable to it, and then have the committee reevaluate in 3 months if we want to do it for 3 additional months? My concern with all of the motions that I think that we're going to get to is that there isn't going to be a concrete sunset to them.
Right.
And I think, which I think is dangerous. I think anything we put in place that's going to have the magnitude and impact on everybody in the district, I think we have to put time limits to it that force us to come back and have this conversation again in a period of time. So I'm requesting that we amend your motion to put this in place for the first, let's just say September, October, and November of the school year, and we'll reevaluate it before the end of November.
Or earlier.
Depending on where the numbers are and where the data is showing us, and then we make a decision to go forward after those September, October, November months.
So I would say that most of the decisions we made last year did not have a sunset date associated with them. I think the only one was our vote to go remote at the end of December. But that being said, I know that so I think not including it would allow us to be consistent with how we approached this last year. But that being said, I know that uncertainty caused a lot of anxiety among families. So knowing that, so I am comfortable with that amendment to the motion. So for clarification purposes,
The motion's been seconded, so we'll have to have a motion to amend your
Okay.
motion to have the mandate, as stated, be in place for at most 3 months, and that the committee will take up the issue 3 months from tonight or sooner, and have to elect to continue it.
so moved.
Second.
All right, so on the table again is a motion to amend, just as a refresher, since it's 10 o'clock, we're voting now only on to amend the initial motion, not on the merits of the motion. So a vote yes just simply is a vote to amend the initial motion as just discussed. Mr. Hill?
Yes.
Ms. Sawyer?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Geddes?
Yes.
Mr. Withers, yes. Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Storrs?
Yes.
Ms. Porto?
Yes.
Mr. Domenici?
Yes.
All right, the motion has been amended. Any further discussion?
I just have a question. I hate to do it this way, because I don't think we can do elementary, middle, and high, because I think the recommendation is K through 6.
Yeah, we're
right?
not on middle. We're only on elementary.
But K through 6, it was the state's guidance, right? Because do we want to start breaking it up into all these little pieces?
We'll just have to do another motion. I mean,
Okay, I mean, all right.
Mr. Storrs?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think part of my concern with this motion is exactly what Mr. Geddes said, what it would take for him to go the other way.
Yep.
First of all, like we talked about earlier, vaccinations for children, if we're lucky, it's next year. It might not be next year. So that's probably not going to happen. And if it does, it's probably going to be a year from now. That's a whole school year. The fact that you were saying that we would need to have evidence that no masks that the masks aren't needed anymore. But we're not going to get that because they're all going to be wearing the mask, meaning it's going to be very hard to be able to meet those criteria that you set. My other biggest issue, and the reason why I don't think I could support this, is not having a level. I appreciate putting a moratorium on it. I very much value, I believe that's the right thing to do. But there should be a reason, a value, a data-driven science, not political science, but real science-driven value by which we're making this decision to turn masks on and turn masks off. I was hoping that we were going to have that discussion tonight. What level should we be using? Should it be hospitalizations of youth? Should it be something else? Should it, like I made an argument before, it shouldn't be based on cases per 100,000 because that's adults, and children and adults are very different. Those kind of discussions is what I thought was important. The fact that this is, we're just going to do it, and nobody's saying why, other than, well, we're trending in the wrong way.
Right.
Well, how much of a trend does it take? At what level, as the trend starts to come back down, will you be willing to say, okay, now we've got there? Is it, there's no value, there's no data behind this motion, and I have a problem supporting that.
Yeah, I mean, I would tend to. I'm not necessarily as interested in seeing. Well, no, that's not true. It's not so much the data for me as it is that if we're voting now to require masks at any level, I just do not see a scenario where we're not requiring masks 3 months from now, 5 months from now, 6 months from now. I don't see how, if you think we should be wearing masks now, that's not going to be the case, because elementary schoolers are not going to be vaccinated. And if there are, if numbers go down, we're going to hear from people who want their kids wearing masks, understandably, rightfully, that the reason numbers are low is because they're wearing masks. We're going to be here in 3 months having the same discussion. Because we're starting from a point of, well, we need to wear masks, despite the fact that the state says we don't, the city says we don't, the administration hasn't recommended that we mandate it. So, we're going against all three of those and saying, well, we're going to mandate it, but we'll change our mind. But what's really going to cause us to change our mind?
My point exactly.
Mr. Domenici?
What is the likelihood that we're going to get like a really strong percentage of people participating in the testing that's being offered? Because that's, to me, that's your metric, right? If we've got things in place and the testing is working, right, then we can start to relax. And if we see the testing going on in the schools starting to go up, then we can start to make questions on it. But the problem is, not everybody's going to opt in to the testing. And so that's it's a challenge. I mean, at college, there's requirements in so many universities to get tested, but that's college, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about young kids, and even though these tests are largely non-invasive, like from what we saw last year, a swab, and kids seem to do fine, those that participated, there are going to be folks that feel strongly that that's not something that they want their children to do. So this is the struggle, and I agree. We didn't have any discussion last year about whether or not we should have masks. It was always implied that we need masks in order to get everybody in school. But 2 months later, we're now saying that we don't think that that's necessary. And we talk about data, the numbers are climbing again. Like in the city, we're seeing 25% of our cases so far this month are school-age children or younger. And, I think, like, in order for us to show that our protocols are working, like, the testing that we offer in schools is the way to do it. Like, we showed that last year. We proved that that's the case. So I can get behind seeing testing in our schools showing that our numbers are lower than what's going on in the community. That seemed to be the case last year, for me personally. My challenge is, like, again, if we're at 40% participation, that's not the way. That's not the way to go.
I completely agree with you that everyone should participate in the testing. Everyone should get vaccinated that can get vaccinated. And the people who aren't doing that are the reason that we're having this discussion today. And I think the irony is, especially for someone like myself who does not think we should be mandating masks, the people who aren't getting vaccinated and the people who aren't participating in tests are largely people oftentimes who say, well, we shouldn't have to wear masks either. And that position puts us in this situation. So I agree with you 100%. Vaccinations, everyone should get it, and everyone should be participating in the testing program. There's no reason not to. And I realize it's going to anger a lot of people if they're still watching, but hopefully it's late enough that they're not. But where I disagree with you is that even if we get that testing number up and everyone participates, and the numbers show that we're not spreading it in school, why are we not spreading it in school? Well, if we're making everyone wear masks, everyone's going to say it's not getting spread in school because they're wearing masks. And so no one's going to want to get rid of that mandate if we start with it. Ms. Porto, did you have a comment?
No, I just had one quick thing about the testing. You said it was a new company. What is the procedure to get more people to, like, how is that going to be sent out to parents and families?
So it'll start with my messaging later this week, introducing them to the concept and making a plea for it, and then there'll be building-based activities to get out the news.
Okay.
That, again, the incentive for why people should test, and we're going to make a full court press to do so. We're also going to, we got to learn more about how consent works in that process, and take whatever steps we can to make that as easy as possible. Because I do know that some of what got in the way of better participation last year was how difficult it was to provide consent.
Okay.
Mr. Geddes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to go back to something Mr. Storrs said, and maybe I misinterpreted it, but I take exception to the idea that no one has explained why we should mandate masks.
No, I didn't say that. I said that no number was associated with the motion. That's what I said, and that's a fact.
Right.
Right. Okay.
I'm not disputing that fact, but I thought you were saying that. I thought you were saying that that no one has explained a relevant reason for why we should be mandating masks.
No. I was speaking to a specific value, which was, as I said before.
Okay.
I thought I was clear that I said would be like switch it on and switch it off. Turn on the mask, turn off the mask. What is the value right now that makes you feel that children, 5-year-olds, need to be wearing masks? Is it based on the 100,000, the numbers based on the 100,000 population? Is it something else? For me, something like hospitalization of children would be more of a quantifier to determine something of this nature.
Okay.
That's where it was coming from.
So I apologize for misunderstanding you.
Quite right.
But I guess my at the risk of, well, I'm going to respond with a question. If, based on last year having very little in-school transmission, almost no in-school transmission with masks, what makes us, what should we be pointing to demonstrate to us that not wearing masks will keep in-school transmission as low as it was, and what evidence do we have that masks are not limiting the transmission?
Sure.
I did a little research. I'll give you a good one. There was a study out of Norway
just recently. It estimated during elevated transmissions in certain areas, it would require 70,000 people to be wearing a mask. Again, our city's 45,000. It would require 70,000 people to be wearing a mask to prevent one new infection. That's right out of Norway. I'm sure if you Google Norwegian study, 70,000, something of that nature, you would find that. So what I'm saying is there definitely, as people who got up and spoke to us, there's definitely data out there that supports that, especially in children, that they do not get this to the same levels. And that's why, if this was adults, I'd be right there with you. I believe that we need to be vaccinated. Those are not, those things. On the other side of it, the children, I see the other negative effects, potential effects of wearing masks. We're talking 5-year-olds. We're talking 6-year-olds. I agree, some are very resilient and they'll be able to handle this okay, while many others won't. And we also know, because this is one of the things that Fauci actually told the truth about, if you're messing with your mask, if you're fiddling with your mask, if you're pulling it down or pulling it up, you know what? It compromises what it's supposed to do. And children are going to be doing those things. So just something to think about.
And to reiterate Mr. Sawyer's point earlier, we all acknowledge that masks do not allow the educators to do their best work, but it is far safer than not having masks on the students.
But the question still is how long?
Like Mr. Sawyer said, it's while it doesn't allow them to do their best work, having masks on provides a much safer environment. And if I'm mischaracterizing what you had said earlier, please correct me.
We're being asked to wear masks, so clearly there are people who believe that wearing masks makes us safer. I think the comments that you're referring to was just my point that while it does impede, if that price is worth paying, if that's the difference between preventing transmission or not.
Thank you for correcting.
I've made no such claim that I am confident that that's the case.
Sorry, that was the comment I was referring to. I was badly butchering it. Thank you.
All right. Well, anything else? One more?
One more, please. So it's something Scott said, and I think he's right. The best quantifier that we would have on whether or not we're having problems within the schools or not is our pool testing. We had that data. And something very important is a year ago when we were making this decision about hybrid versus full remote, we didn't have that. That's something that was able to come across later on in the year. And now we sit here making this decision. We have that extra layer, which is very valuable, as Scott explained. To me, if we started the school year without the masks, would we be doing pool testing within the first week?
I don't know the answer to that because the state's just rolling out the program and we don't have those details yet. Okay. We will do everything in our power to get the testing program up as quickly as possible, but I don't control what CIC or the state is going to support, and so until I know better from them what the timeline is, I just can't answer that.
And the reason I bring it up is exactly what Mr. Withers said. If we start the year with the masks, we'll never be able to truly determine whether or not transmissions in the school or are happening or not happening is because of the mask or not because of the mask. If we were able to do this quickly, 1 week's time frame, and we didn't have the mask, we would know. We would start to be able to get that picture of, you know what, we need to go to mask right away, or, you know what, it seems like the masks aren't necessary right now. Let's keep monitoring it on a weekly basis, and that's what we were doing over the course of the remainder of the last school year. So just something to think about.
Anyone else? Yeah, Ms. Johnson, then Ms. Sawyer.
So I just want to remind everybody in the committee, all the examples that we have seen that have been presented to us of schools that opened too quickly, maskless, who then had to turn around and shut down. We already know in our school district how disruptive that can be, because that happened last school year at Brennan Middle School. It was completely disruptive to not only families' day-to-day schedules, but to the effective learning for those students. Just as recently as Friday, there is a school district in Georgia, Ware County School District in Georgia, where they did not require masks. Their first day of school was the first week of August. As of Friday, they had to shut down all 11 buildings in their district, and the students are not allowed back until I believe it's September 7th. If we're just looking at this logistically, we don't want to have those disruptions. I can appreciate what a lot of what you're saying. I agree. The testing is wonderful. If we don't know if we're going to have the testing, why would we not want to have that extra layer of protection?
But if we have the testing, would you be willing to go back?
I would want to look at the data in its entirety. It's a fact-driven. I want to have the facts and the data in front of me. I'm not going to be painted into a corner that this specific thing is going to be the tipping point, because we don't know what other factors are going to come at us. Am I married to having this all year long? No, not necessarily. I love the idea of putting a time frame on this to say, let's reassess this, monthly if we need to. I'm completely okay with that. We've learned these last 2 years that this is a completely fluid situation. I thought for certain that we would have turned the corner by now. I was looking forward to having some little bit of normalcy. I have fatigue about this pandemic, just like so many other people. My household has not been immune to a lot of the issues that other households have been experiencing with grades or anxiety or many there's a whole list of issues that have arisen during this pandemic. It's being proactive, and just as you said, we can turn on a dime if we need to pull this back. If we're able to pull this back, I'd be happy to do so. But I just, especially for up to the 12 years old, they cannot get their vaccinations. And we know that we have immunocompromised students who need to come to school. They want to come to school. We want them to come to school. But they're not going to be able to if they are going to be exposed and put at risk.
All right, Ms. Sawyer, Mr. Larson, and then let's take a vote.
Thank you. I pretty much agree with everything that Shannon said, and I just want to say one other thing, that we've already seen an uptick, 25%, and school hasn't even started. And it just seems like crazy to, like she said, we have kids that 12 and under that are immunocompromised that can't be exposed. And just because you feel like it's okay for your kid not to have the vaccine, what does it make? How?
My kids have the vaccine.
Well, no,
you're pointing my way.
I'm just saying, well,
the royal we.
You're pointing my way.
But it's like, but then for those other parents that have the poor sick kid, like, I'm just gonna trust that your kid is washing his hands and doing everything they're supposed to do to keep everyone safe. I don't have faith in that. I mean, we all know kids, especially little kids, are germaphobes. Like, they just spread the stuff. And that's my fear, is that some kid is going to come to school and is going to have the germs and the virus and is going to spread it, and then someone sick little kid who already has bad lungs now is like, on death's doorknob because we were like, well, it might inconvenience a few people.
Mr. Larson?
That's it.
Sorry.
Thank you so much.
Sorry. Mr. Larson?
I keep looking back at the state guidance that comes through, and I'm thinking that if we were to mask, as they're saying, if we were to mask children up through grade 6, and then we were testing all of them, and we were testing the children from 7 to 12, we're going to have 2 sets of data that we'll be able to compare. If for some reason one of the numbers starts to jump, we have the ability to, hold a meeting. Mm-hmm. We have the ability to give the superintendent power to act immediately. But I think we're all trying to kind of come to a place of, how do we make a decision that works? How do we make a decision that doesn't work? I'm looking down at the state guidance written down in front of me, and I think there's an opportunity here that we could choose to take, that if we started the year off for the first 3 months, masking the students through grade 6, and allowing the 7th graders and up to either wear a mask or not wear a mask, depending on how they and their parents feel, or if they've been vaccinated, they certainly don't need to wear one. We're going to have 2 pools of information that we can draw from that will make reasonable decisions for us, I think, because the numbers will show it. It also allows us to act within the state's guidance of what they're recommending. It's a strong recommendation, so we should give it some validity. It also allows the parents to have some choice, which I think is an important part of the whole scenario. So I think if we vote to approve this amended motion, and then we bring forward another one similar to this that would carry through grade 6, and then let the 7th graders through 12 go with the strongly recommended state guidance, I think in a very short period of time, once school starts and we're all testing and we get as many people involved in the testing as we can. I mean, we had a pretty good response last year. I mean, you never get 100%, but I mean, I think if we had 40 or 50% of the masked 6th graders and under data, and we had 40 or 50% of the 7th to 12th grade unmasked or masked, they could be masked, they could be voluntarily masking. I think we're going to have some information that we can make some logical decisions with based on facts that would be in front of us. We'll give ourselves, 3 months or so at the beginning of the year to give ourselves a timetable so that we have to come back and deal with the decisions. But we can give ourselves the latitude. We can act within the strongly recommended state guidance. We can get the answers to the questions that we all seem to be looking for without trying to find a way to get them. And I think everybody involved can have a little something. There's no way that everybody involved is going to get everything they want. But I think it'll start to give us some answers to the questions that we don't have right now.
Okay. Mr. Guys?
I apologize. I know you want to go to a vote. I just have a clarifying question following up on Mr. Larson's comment. Mr. Sawyer, can you foresee a logistical possibility of matching tests with information related to whether or not a student is consistently masking in the building?
Well, I'm sorry, can I just add to that question? Because I think does that matter if we're talking about a masked student in the 7th to 12th grade where masks weren't required? Because we're not talking about, we haven't even, this is a little bit premature because we haven't gotten there yet, but if we're talking about 7th to 12th grade where it's optional if you're vaccinated, there's still going to be a lot of kids that are masked. So I don't think it wouldn't matter if the child was masked or not that was tested for the purposes of determining how effective the policy was. Because in my mind it wouldn't, because that student, whether or not masked or not, is in the environment where some students are wearing masks and some aren't.
Right, but I think, again, without having access to the people who wrote the guidance, it seems to me that the underlying assumption is that if you wish to wear a mask, that's going to keep you safe, right? Like that. I feel like that if that's not true, then I don't understand the guidance. So it seems to me that it's sort of built in that that they're from their perspective, because again, they're telling us that we should wear masks, right?
But he was asking about the tests.
Yeah. So when we test students, whether they're wearing a mask or not, there should be a difference.
Take a vote real quick.
Right.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And so to answer the question, can we determine? That'll be an added layer of tracking that we'll have to work on, but certainly there would be reason to do so.
All right. Can we? Bob, did you have a question?
I just wanted to make a motion to amend the motion on the table to include grades 5 and 6.
All right, so we have a motion to amend the current motion on the table.
Before that second, if Bob is doing that in relation to what Bill just said, which I think you are, Bob, but I'm not positive, could we add that extra layer of and not for?
I think I would prefer. Well, that's not. I would prefer to have it be a separate thing because I think people go separate.
So the thing is this: I can support this provided it's with what Bill is saying. To me, the two things together makes a lot of sense. I like the idea of having the two different groups and the data associated with it. If we were to now vote up to 6, and then later on vote on the rest, the two things together is what I can agree to. If one precludes the other, then it becomes a little bit more difficult. That's why I'm saying. So, Bob, is that what, I'm not trying to speak for you, but is that what you were trying to do?
That's I like that idea. I think it's a win-win. I think it makes sense. So that was the intent of Bill's suggestion.
All right, so Bob, then if I'm understanding correctly, it's a motion to amend the amended motion to require masks with the exceptions listed before in the buildings for students up through 6th grade, and to not require masks for vaccinated students in 7th grade and above?
No, we would use the
Yes,
wording.
we're going to include that part.
So we're not, because what you just said is if you're not vaccinated, you have to wear a mask. And many students are not going to be. But the other wording from the health officials said strongly recommended.
Right, but allow vaccinated students to remain unmasked.
Right.
Was the state guidance, right? So,
So
not require masks for vaccinated. Not require masks
My
for
motion
students.
was to make it mandatory regardless of staff.
Up to grade 6.
Through grade 6, yes.
And then from 7th grade on,
no requirement.
I was hoping to deal with that as per your suggestion as separate amendment.
Okay, all right.
Or separate motion, excuse me.
Yes.
If we're going to go this, instead of making it grade level, can we just do the age? Because some 6th graders are going to be 12 and could get vaccinated,
So,
and some cannot. You know what I mean? Like,
what I would say to that,
do that?
what I would say to that is Superintendent Sawyer made a comment earlier about putting this on the teachers, and I think you run into a little bit of problem with that. I
Okay.
mean, as you know, I don't think we should be mandating masks anyway. But if we're going to be mandating masks for anyone, if we're doing 12 years old, Johnny's just turns 12 on February 13th, and it sits next to
That's
him.
why you got your grade.
It's got to be.
I know.
grade 6.
Well, the problem is
A 12-year-old in grade 6
We
will
have a
be out of
middle
luck.
school with 2 grades that we're saying wear a mask, and 2 grades
not.
Yeah, but they'll be in different classes.
They're upstairs and downstairs.
Okay.
That could be much easier.
I don't want. I don't want to cause more confusion. I was trying to clarify,
Grade,
but
yes.
I was
Above
just
grade
going with the guidance.
6, no.
Well, it's Bob's motion to amend, and so, Bob, did you want your amended motion to just include up through grade 6, or did you want it to be 2-part to not require the mandate on grade 7 and above?
I see no harm with adding in the 7 through 12. It wasn't what I was thinking, but I'm happy to include that.
So, we have a motion on the floor to amend the initial motion. That's been previous. Sorry. We have a motion on the floor to amend the amended motion so that it will now read up through 6th grade requires masks. 7th grade and above does not require masks in the building with the exceptions that were listed in the initial motion. First,
and it's for 3 months.
And it's for 3 months.
No more than 3 months.
No more than 3 months.
Right.
Before you go for the second,
yeah.
My initial motion also referenced masks being required of guests in the buildings, which typically are responsible adult family members for students. So
during the school day, yes.
I would. I did not specify during the school day, and would not myself. So I just want that to be under consideration while we're amending it to make sure that the language is accurate.
All right, well, we're going to amend the motion first, and then before we vote on the actual motion, we're going to make sure we have it down pat. Okay? Does that sound like a plan to everyone? This is what happens when a meeting goes to 10:30. All right.
The night is young.
Mr. Hill.
Yes.
Ms. Sawyer.
Yes.
Ms. Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. Geddes.
Yes.
Mr. Withers, yes. Mr. Larson.
Yes.
Mr. Storrs.
Yes.
Ms. Porto.
Yes.
Mr. Domenici.
Yes.
Okay, we now have a motion on the table that states that all visitors to the schools during the school day wear a mask. All students up through grade 6 wear a mask while in the buildings, except for during lunch break, snack break, designated mask breaks, and if a student has a waiver or is exempt from wearing a mask. And that there be no mandate that students vaccinated in 7th grade and above wear a mask while in the buildings.
So moved.
No,
Oh, it is already moved.
that
I'm
is
sorry.
moved. I was just restating the motion to make sure that everyone was clear.
Could you clarify where staff lie in all this?
Right.
Masked. You said you wanted the staff masked.
Well,
Desi said they wanted the mask. Desi said they wanted the mask.
Do you want us to address staff as well?
in the first motion, staff were required to wear a mask. In the amended one, I don't know what's happening. It's 7 to 12.
All right. So we're going to make a separate motion on staff after this. It's a little bit too convoluted now. This is dealing with visitors and students. Yeah. So we'll deal with that after. Mr. Hill, do you have a question?
No, that was my clarifying question, just about, I'm assuming that this motion means that below 6 and below staff is required to wear masks.
This motion only deals with students. We didn't address staff in this motion at all.
Okay, very good then.
So, and I apologize if I got lost in all the amendments, but so we're no longer, this motion would no longer require masks for all staff, or this motion no longer includes the requirement for masks for all staff, and it no longer requires the masks for guests at all times. It only limits guests having masks during the school day.
Correct. That's the amended motion.
Okay.
It's only on students.
What's that?
It's only on students.
Does everyone understand what we're voting on?
Wait, I thought it was visitors.
Yeah, I thought
It is visitors during the school day.
Yeah.
Visitors
Yeah,
and
but I thought I heard
visitors.
this was they didn't include
Students and visitors.
and visitors.
Students and visitors.
Sorry.
Which would mean that at large events in the school building, such as open houses, parent-teacher conferences, there would not be a requirement for guests of the building to wear masks.
Correct.
Correct. Right. That doesn't mean we can't address it separately. It's not in this motion, though. Yes.
So it's just students.
During the school day.
Yeah.
Visitors during the school day.
Yeah. Questions?
That can be your next motion.
All right. Mr. Domenici.
Discussion?
Wait.
Oh, do you want
He
more
asked-
discussion?
he asked for
I just asked
discussion
for
and no
discussion.
one-
No, yeah, no one said
Oh,
anything.
Oh,
I do
sorry,
want to
yeah.
just say one thing.
Okay.
I'm not sure if she did.
Sorry.
Yeah, you go first. Yeah.
Simply this. I think for all those who have made it clear that they're against the mask mandate, they need to understand the reason we're doing this is, as Mr. Larson explained, this is going to provide us real data that we can look at a couple weeks or a month or whenever it's going to be to differentiate, to see, is there a difference? And based on data, we'll be able to then readdress this. If the data shows that the masks matter to a level that those who are not masks need, we can pivot. And if it shows that the masks aren't as effective, or there's no real differential, we can pivot. So that's why I like this. So first of all, thank you to Mr. Larson for coming up with this idea. I applaud you on that one. But that's why I can support this. This is hopefully a temporary measure, and then ultimately it'll be data driven. So thank you to Mr. Hill and thank you to Mr. Larson.
Mr. Geddes.
I apologize, but just a point of clarification. The 3-month timeline is still a part of this motion.
Or before.
Yes.
Or before.
Yes.
So here's my concern. The virus is transmitted prior to the individual showing symptoms. We are going to have a middle school where we have 5th and 6th graders commingling with 7th and 8th graders. My concern is the commingling of those two communities.
I don't believe there's much commingling amongst grade levels at middle school, Mr. Sawyer, correct?
Each grade is in its own wing and is, for the most part, separated from the other grades throughout the day.
Okay. So, but it's not only the commingling of students in the building, but we have families that have students that span multiple buildings. So it's conceivable that somebody in grades 7 through 8 who's not wearing a mask could get a breakthrough infection and bring it home to their younger unvaccinated siblings. So I have a concern with that. I appreciate the fact that, yes, this is going to give us 2 data points. There'll be valuable information. I'm just not sure if I'm willing to risk subjecting our students to that experiment.
Mr. Larson, then
just Sharon, I guess.
Shannon.
I
I'm
could
sorry.
call a lot worse.
I'm
It's
sorry.
fine. It's fine.
It's way past somebody's bedtime. I think the evidence last year proved that we had basically I think there were 2 in-school transmissions all year. So I think your concern about being transmitted even within the family or within one grade to another grade within the building, I think last year it didn't really show a lot of that happening. What people do outside of school at other family functions and the rest of it is so far beyond our control.
Right.
That they're just going to show up every day, and we have no idea what they did over the weekend. And so I mean, it's certainly a concern, but I think we'll never go home if we start trying to bring in what happened on everybody's weekend. I think it's just.
No, I understand. I would just hate for somebody to catch it at school and then bring it home because if it was preventable with masks. But I appreciate it. I understand your point.
And I just
Or
want
is it Mr. Domenici?
to simply say that we're not mandating no masks, right? We're putting for 7th grade and above, the decision is on the parents, and for the older students with the parents. So the point is that if there were concerns with that within the household, that parent could absolutely want and require their student to wear a mask.
Mr. Domenici.
Just to remind folks that none of this precludes that if numbers in our community reach a point where our health department says, "Whoa, hit the brakes," then we can. 3 months means nothing at that point. We have to. We will then pivot if we're trying to follow what the health department is saying to the best that we can. Then if they make that pivot, then we don't wait 3 months for a pivot. We make a pivot. So that none of that is jeopardized by this.
Mr. Hill.
Just wanted to make the point. I get very uncomfortable with the term like science experiment. By no means that's not what's going on here. In fact, we've taken the state guidance and we've made the 6 and below a more stringent a rule. I think the point that Mr. Larson brought up is that while in doing that, there's a benefit that we'll see as 2 different data sets. So just by virtue of doing that, it's not the purpose is not to set up a science experiment. It is that while we're doing something that is enforcing basically the state language, it happens to be that we'll collect 2 different data sets.
Mr. Geddes?
Mr. Larson made the great point that we cannot control what families decide to do outside of school without masks or with masks. I think that gives reason to require masks because that is something that we as a district can't control within our building. Not being able, it gives that additional level of being proactive. I think earlier Mr. Withers mentioned that he was not comfortable with us mandating masks because he felt like it was a reactionary measure. I think if we're waiting for a spike in cases, if we're waiting for an increase in positive tests within the school, and then we're going to come together to revisit, that is a more dangerous reactionary measure as opposed to a proactive preventive measure. My last point, I'm going to recommend that if any other motions are brought forward, rather than making a number of amendments that convolute the motion, that we just vote on the motion and then create any new motions going forward.
All right, are we ready? Any other comments? All right, Mr. Demanchi,
Yes.
Ms. Porto,
No.
Mr. Storrs,
Yes.
Mr. Larson,
Yes.
Mr. Withers, no, Mr. Geddes,
No.
Ms. Johnson,
No.
Ms. Sawyer,
No.
Mr. Hill.
Yes, yes.
Motion fails.
Motion to take a 5-minute break?
Second.
Yeah.
All right.
Hold.
Because we shouldn't be mandating masks.
Okay.
Thank you.
Geddes was no.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, we are back. Is Mr. Hill back? All right, well, Mr. Hill will rejoin us, I am sure, and I'm sure we can talk long enough that we won't hit a vote before him. At this point, we're back in open session. I am going to make a motion that the Attleboro Public Schools not require vaccinated students from 7th through 12th grade wear masks in the building.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Hill, just to let you know, the motion on the floor that's just been seconded is the motion not to require students that are vaccinated 7th grade through 12 wear masks in the building. And that motion has been seconded.
Clarify, the original motion didn't say anything about vaccinating, just said 7th and above, no mask.
The motion, I said vaccination.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Vaccinated students, 7th grade through 12th grade, not have to wear masks in the building if they want. It's been seconded. Any discussion? And I would just say, obviously we can discuss this as much as we want, but new items I think are what we should focus on at this point. Yeah, Mr. Domenici.
This is the recommended state guidance.
Correct.
That's all I wanted to say. It gets lost. This is the recommended
No,
state
you're right.
guidance for vaccinated students.
All right, any further discussion? All right. Mr. Hill,
Yes. Yes.
Ms. Sawyer,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
No.
Mr. Geddes,
No.
Mr. Withers, yes, Mr. Larson,
Yes.
Mr. Storrs,
Yes.
Ms. Porto,
Yes.
Mr. Domenici.
Yes.
Motion passes. Do we have another motion?
We need another motion.
We need another motion.
Okay, I'm going to take a shot at this.
All right.
Try to remember all the things. I will entertain a motion to require students and visitors or let's just do students. I will entertain a motion to require students K through 6 to wear masks, except as noted exceptions for lunch. I think it was bathroom breaks and mask breaks inside the building.
Yep.
And also to add the stipulation that we will revisit this motion in a period of 3 months or sooner.
You make that motion?
I make that motion.
Second.
All right, motion has been made and seconded that students up through 6th grade wear a mask in the building except for during lunch, snack, and mask breaks.
And waivers.
And waivers, yeah.
I don't want to forget about the kids who require waivers.
Mr. Geddes?
Just to be clear, you're saying K through 6? So it was two different things. Do
K
you
through
want to
6.
include pre-K? I guess is ultimately my question.
Oy.
So what Mr. Withers said as
we have
students
the
in grades
ELC,
up
right?
through grade 6 would be required to wear masks. So that would include pre-K.
I do. I meant upwards to grade 6.
Did you say K through 6?
I think I said K through 6, so I apologize.
No,
I'll
it's okay. Let's
try to
just let's
catch it
just do
right.
it right because it's important, and we don't want
Right.
someone coming back at us. So I'll make a motion to amend the initial motion to read: all students up through grade 6 wear a mask in the buildings, except during lunch, snack break, mask break, and except for those students with waivers.
Second.
All right. This is just a motion to amend that motion, so it's up through grade 6.
Discussion, right? I just want to verify, that's 4-year-olds, right?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to verify that.
And again, we're stipulating that this is for a 3-month period where we could revisit at
Correct.
3 months or sooner.
Correct. This vote right now is just to amend the initial motion. It's not on the merits.
Oh, this
Okay.
is also true.
Mr. Domenici?
Yes.
Ms. Porto?
Yes.
Mr. Storrs?
No.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Withers, yes. Mr. Geddes?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Sawyer?
Yes.
Mr. Hill?
Yes.
All right, so now we have the motion.
Yeah. Nobody voted no. You voted no. Okay.
Motion on the table, up through grade 6, wear a mask, except as accepted, as we've discussed numerous times today. Any further discussion on this point? All right, seeing none, where to start last? Mr. Hill?
Yes.
Ms. Sawyer?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Geddes?
Yes.
Mr. Withers, no. Mr. Larson?
No.
Mr. Storrs?
No.
Ms. Porto?
No.
Mr. Domenici?
Yes.
Motion passes. I'll entertain a motion that we require all staff to wear masks while in the building during the school day? Or do you want them masked up all the time, Mr. Sawyer?
The guidance is for people to wear masks indoors, so, I mean, the AEA asked for people to be masked, so I guess.
So motion for staff to wear masks while indoors.
No second.
I'm asking for the motion, sorry. I wasn't
Oh,
making it.
so moved.
Second.
All right, Mr. Storrs.
So if a teacher comes in by themselves on a Saturday or something like that to work in their classroom all by themselves, they got to wear a mask? That's what we're actually trying to do?
That doesn't happen.
Hey, Bob. Okay, I'll say that. You have a teacher who decided to stay till 7 p.m. to prepare for the next day. They're in the building pretty much by themselves, in their classroom by themselves.
So
we got to require them to wear a mask?
If you're
That's
concerned,
what this
if we're
does.
concerned about the safety of students, then perhaps it really should be about in the presence of students.
Okay. I agree, but
You're really trying my patience with the amending motions at 11 p.m. All right. I'll make a motion to amend the motion. That's been seconded. So it reads, we require staff to wear masks in the building when in the presence of students.
We're going to vote on the amendment.
That's a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We're voting simply on whether or not we're going to amend the motion. Mr. Domenici?
Yes.
Ms. Porto?
Yes.
Mr. Storrs?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Withers, yes. Mr. Geddes?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Sawyer?
Yes.
Mr. Hill?
Yes, yes.
All right, so now the motion on the table is staff wears masks while in the building when in the presence of students. Any discussion? Mr. Hill?
Yes, yes.
Ms. Sawyer?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Geddes?
No.
Mr. Withers, no. Mr. Larson?
No.
Mr. Storrs?
no.
Ms. Porto?
No.
Mr. Domenici?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4. So motion
Fail.
fails. No mandate that staff wear masks. Okay?
I'll make a motion that all visitors during the school day
Yep.
or during large functions as deemed by the administration are required to wear a mask.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Domenici?
Yes.
Ms. Porto?
No.
Mr. Storrs?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Withers, yes. Mr. Geddes?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Sawyer?
Yes.
Mr. Hill?
Yes, yes.
All right. I'm going to entertain a motion that all unvaccinated staff wear a mask while in the presence of students inside the buildings.
Second.
I'm asking for it. Sorry, Mr.
So
Hill.
moved.
So moved, second. Okay, any discussion? All right.
Wait a
Mr.
minute.
Geddes?
Wait a minute, I never got that one.
Mr. Geddes?
So, sorry.
What was your motion?
The motion was all unvaccinated staff wear a mask while in the building in the presence of students.
Okay.
I just want to go back that the final motion related to staff
Mhm.
was limiting it to staff in the presence of students.
Correct.
Which, to your point earlier, we can't make the same motion. So if someone were to make your original motion again, related to requiring staff to be masked either at all times or to be masked at all times, that could still be a separate motion that could be voted on, correct?
Yeah, that would be separate, just like this is separate because it's unvaccinated as opposed to all staff.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions or comments? So again, all unvaccinated staff be required to wear a mask in the presence of students. Mr. Domenici?
Yes.
Ms. Porto?
Yes.
Mr. Storrs? Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Withers, yes. Mr. Geddes?
No.
Ms. Johnson?
No.
Ms. Sawyer?
Yes.
Mr. Hill?
Yes, yes.
All right.
7-2, passed.
Does anyone else have any other motions with regard to masking in the schools?
All right.
Sorry, I'm trying to keep track of my notes.
Same. So we have up through grade 6 students wear masks.
Correct.
Staff wearing masks was voted down.
Correct. Unvaccinated staff wears a mask.
That was, okay.
Visitors wear a mask.
And the visitors were limited to,
School day or large functions,
School
as
day.
deemed by the administration.
okay.
And it was unvaccinated staff in the presence of students. Mr. Gaddis?
Trying not to duplicate efforts here, but I'm going to make a motion to require all staff to wear masks in all staff to wear masks in large group settings, including in the classroom during the day, or large public events or large staff meetings, including but not limited to those examples,
You define large?
as determined by the administration.
Shouldn't maybe social distancing be our guide there? 3 feet or less?
Motion's on the floor. Do we have a second?
Rob, before it gets second, what about a motion that staff wear a mask during the school day?
We already have that.
We already have that.
No, but no, the difference, there was a difference before. The difference was in the presence of
kids.
students. I'm saying no presence of students, just school day, wear a
Period.
mask, except for.
That was voted down.
That was voted down.
No, it was the students one that was in the.
No, we voted on staff wearing masks in the building. That was voted down. Vaccinated staff, unvaccinated staff wearing masks was
voted yes.
Voted yes.
I thought it was in the presence of students that was voted down.
It was in the it was in the presence
Right,
of students.
that's what I'm getting at.
So what's the
It should
difference?
be,
That the students part is out, and it just says during the school day, in the buildings with certain exceptions, lunch and blah, 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 you know. Something of that nature. I throw that toward.
I guess I don't quite understand what you're trying to get at with your motion.
Yeah, I'm going to withdraw that motion,
Okay.
and I'm going to go back to Mr. Withers' original motion, which is I think why I got confused. So thank you, Mr. Storrs. I'm going to go back to my original motion, to Mr. Withers with original motion, and say a motion to require all staff to wear masks while in the buildings, and including during large events as determined by the administration, where social distancing of at least 3 feet is not possible. Does that make sense?
So just to verify, what you're saying is staff that can socially distance 3 feet don't have to wear a mask, but students who can socially distance 3 feet have to wear masks. There's no hypocrisy there? I mean, and I don't mean that disrespectfully. I mean that I'm seeing a notable difference between what you wanted for students and what you want for staff.
So, well, let me just ask this because I'm having a hard time. I'm having a hard time unwrapping what you're looking for. So, what is it you're looking for, and see if we can put a motion together. That
So I'm saying if our educators are in a classroom full of students, they should have a mask on whether they're vaccinated or not. If they are in a large staff meeting or at a large event such as an open house or teacher conferences, they should have a mask on. A teacher that is in their room during a prep period with no one else anywhere around them, I don't think we should still be requiring them to wear a mask at that time. A teacher that chooses to eat lunch at their desk by themselves or with someone of great distance in the room with them, which I know a lot of educators did last year. I don't think that requires, I don't think that that's a setting where someone should be wearing a mask. And so that's why I was, to Ms. Johnson's point, if an elementary school holds a staff meeting in the library, there's probably not going to be an opportunity for 3 feet of distancing. So that's an example where staff should still be masked, because a lot of our discussion tonight has focused around student safety. I think we also have to remember staff safety, and we also have to remember that staff safety can impact student safety. So I think the two are linked.
Well, I think the difference is that staff is 80% vaccinated.
Yeah.
And and they all have the opportunity to be vaccinated, as opposed to the students. But, all right, so I'm going to attempt to put that together and ask for a motion. So I would entertain a motion requiring all staff, vaccinated or unvaccinated, to wear a mask while in the buildings in the presence of students or other adults when unable to socially distance more than 3 feet, or as determined by the administration.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Larson.
We've covered most of all this in other motions, so we're kind of piggybacking motions here.
No, I trust. So that was my worry, is that I thought that I tried to word it in a way that we haven't covered all of it.
I
And I
mean,
think
we
the
have-
difference is we haven't covered vaccinated teachers in the building, not in the presence of students. We haven't. We haven't.
And all unvaccinated staff wear a mask when in the presence of students.
Yeah.
Staff to wear masks indoors
But
in the
this,
presence of student. I mean,
it's cutting a very fine line. It's very close. I think the difference is that the difference here is that it's taking out those limited instances where a teacher would be by themselves, like Mr. Storrs mentioned working late in their classroom by themselves, or in a situation where they would be eating lunch, something like that. There's enough difference in this motion. After this motion, I don't think there should be any other motions on the issue, because I think we'll have covered everything, but there's enough difference here that we can go forward with it.
And this also references adults, whereas the previously voted motion did not, being in the presence of other adults.
It's different enough.
I know it's different enough. I'm kind of going back to if 80% of them are vaccinated and they're only with other people that are possibly 80%. I mean,
I just want to clarify that.
No, I'm sorry.
We're not putting the staff at less than 3 feet it's just as a point of reference. Yeah, I'll have to cancel the faculty mosh pit, but they're going to be a distance. There are other parts of this that are legitimate questions. When they're in the presence of other adults, do they have to mask or not? Or when they're around kids, whether they're vaccinated or not, do they have to mask? I mean, there are parts of this that are...
Well, the kids we have covered. The kids we have all covered.
Well, I mean, did I misunderstand it? That now we would be having them, regardless of vaccination status, be masked in front of kids?
That's been voted on. That's been voted on both ways. This is in the process. This is in.
Just the unvaccinated?
Again, it does. So I understand what Mr. Geddes is trying to do, because I think I understand what his position on the issue is. If the motion was to succeed, and you read what's been voted on, in succession, it will make no sense whatsoever. And that's not a criticism of you. It's consistent with what your position has been on all the issues. So if it fails, it'll fail. If it passes, I'll try to explain it to the Sun Chronicle what was going on in this room at 11 o'clock. I don't know how, but so I understand your confusion. But I think Mr. Geddes has a position that he's trying to get as much out of as he can, and it's consistent with what he's been saying all along. Is that fair?
I look forward to going back to the tape and trying to figure out
I think
what this means.
I think what Mr. Sawyer is saying was that I think he was mixing up where we had students included, where we didn't, and the status of different student groups.
Can we just clarify the administration's recommendation when it comes to vaccinated versus unvaccinated staff? So we know what you would like?
Yeah. The guidance doesn't make a distinction.
Right.
Okay. And you're saying that you would like staff masked? I just wanted to verify that that's the administration's stance.
The administration's recommendation was that we follow the guidance.
Which is mask.
Is that we strongly recommend that everybody wears a mask.
Tried to box you, it didn't work. Thank you.
Strongly recommend. Okay.
I'm nimble even at 11.
So,
all right.
So all staff wears a mask in groups with other staff.
Yeah, all groups with other staffs and adults. Yeah. So group meetings, large events, and the like.
And and the presence of students.
We already
Can't do
got-
that.
That's in other stuff.
We've already voted on that twice.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Has this been seconded?
It has been seconded.
Okay.
Mr. Domenici?
Yes.
Ms. Porto?
No.
Mr. Storrs?
No.
Mr. Larson?
No.
Mr. Withers? No. Mr. Geddes?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Sawyer?
Yes.
Mr. Hill?
No.
All right. Motion failed. Any other motions? We have now covered students pre-K through 6, 7 through 12 plus, teachers, unvaccinated teachers with students, visitors to the building.
Yep.
Any other issues that anyone believes we need to address with regard to this item?
I was going to make a motion to adjourn, but we've still got other business.
We do. All right. Does that conclude your report, Mrs. Sawyer?
Wait, 1 second here.
It does,
So
thank you.
7 to 12, no mask for vaccinated, passed.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's talk about our minutes from our July 18th, 2021 meeting. They were circulated with your materials. Do you have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Oh, sorry, Mr. Domenici?
Yes.
Ms. Porto?
Yes.
Mrs. Storrs?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Withers, yes. Mr. Geddes?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Sawyer?
Yes.
Mr. Hill?
Yes.
Consent agenda, 13 items. I will read, then entertain a motion and take a roll call. Motion to amend the July 18th motion to send the municipal council for approval of payment of prior invoice in the amount of $6,053.01 as defined in the July 12th memorandum from Finance Director to Mayor Haro. Motion to send to municipal council for approval of payment of prior invoices in the amount of $6,053.84 as defined in the July 12th memorandum from the Finance Director to Mayor Haro. Motion to send to Municipal Council for approval of payment for prior year invoices in the amount of $1,222.68 as defined in the August 6th memorandum from the Finance Director to Mayor Haro. Motion to accept a donation of 620 Staples donation kits with an estimated value of $3,100 to the Attleboro Public Schools for distribution to students in need. Motion to accept a donation in the amount of $8,500 as broken down in my memorandum dated July 30th, 2021 from the Feinstein Foundation. Motion to accept the contractual obligation commission check in the amount of $244.82 from Life Touch to the Brennan Middle School for the spring individual 2020-2021 individual pictures. Motion to accept the contractual obligation in the amount of $96.50 from Planet Aid Inc. as broken down on the check receipt dated August 5th, 2021. Motion to accept a donation in the amount of $2,130.85 from the Stop and Shop A-Plus Rewards Program to Thatcher Elementary School's gifts donation line. Motion to accept a payment in the amount of $6.75 from Bay State Textiles to Hill Roberts. Motion to accept a donation in the amount of $828.64 from the Stop and Shop A-Plus Rewards Program to the Hill Roberts Elementary School gifts donation line. Motion to accept a donation in the amount of $200 from West Ed to the Brennan Gifts Donation Line. Motion to accept a donation in the amount of $1,113.74 from Stop and Shop A-Plus Rewards Program to the Brennan Gifts Donation Line. Motion to accept a donation in the amount of $50 from Target to the Attleboro High School Gifts Donation Line.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Hill?
Yes.
Ms. Sawyer?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Geddes?
Yes.
Mr. Withers? Yes. Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Storrs?
Yes.
Ms. Porto?
Yes.
Mr. Domenici?
Yes.
Open forum we already had. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Domenici?
Yes.
Ms. Porto?
Yes.
Mr. Storrs?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Withers? Yes. Mr. Geddes?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Sawyer?
Yes.
Mr. Hill?
Yes.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.